Hello, Shani. Thank you for liking the live. Once we hit 1K, that's when we'll let people up. Thank you guys for tapping the screen and reposting. Hello, Miranda, Virtue. Man, I hope we can have some good conversations tonight. Yeah. That's all I can hope for. Alrighty. Thank you guys for getting me to 1K. That was quick.
Nice.
Shani, it's actually pajamas.
Look at all that hair.
Yeah, you see how long my hair is.
I know. When are you gonna... I shouldn't ask that, but I'm gonna ask it anyways. When are you gonna get it cut?
I probably won't get it cut, honestly.
I can't wait for mine to be that long. It's been
I know, right? Me too.
Been an adventure. It's been an adventure trying to get my shaved head to grow out to what it is now.
Shaved head? What?
Yeah, I had the side of my head shaved for a long time.
That's crazy.
Yeah, I started growing it out.
I used to do the back of my head, like the undercut.
Oh yeah, yeah.
I would get like designs done in my hair.
Yeah, I would get because the inverted like pixie, you would have the side of your head shaved, and then obviously it would go like to the back. I would get in the back the design sometimes, like if I was in the mood. But I mean,
I've never shaved my head at all.
Yep. For a long time, I cut my hair like that.
All right, let's keep tapping the screen. Maybe we can get us out on the FYP. Who knows?
I had cut my hair for a long time, and I'm just now starting to grow it out. And I feel like it's a struggle, but I'm getting through it, and my hair is really long now, and I'm so happy.
Awesome. I'm glad.
Why did you move me? Who moved me?
User, what's your age?
100. Hello. Bye-bye.
What? Okay.
That was a good one.
Original.
Bro.
Oh, how did you find me over here?
What is going on?
Who is it?
That first guy that we talked to on the Musco.
Misako.
Yeah. Ooh, pasta salad. That sounds yummy.
That does sound good.
I liked it down here, okay?
Thank you.
Thank you for the gifts. Thank you for the gifts. Bro.
All right, we're getting somewhere. If you guys keep tapping.
Users want to come back up.
No, he can stay in the request.
We're playing like
crying in one corner. Is he okay?
He came up just to leave.
Bruh, who put an hour timer on my box?
One of the mods.
What happens when it hits 0?
I don't know.
You're gone.
Have to find
You're
out.
done for.
Right. You'll have to stay to find out.
Bruh.
Hey, maybe you'll
Yep.
get like 100 gifts or something.
Right.
Oh, somebody gifted me. I got 5 coins.
Yeah, it was Shani.
Dude, she must be rich. She's always giving coins out. She's loaded, dude. She's always got coins.
Bro, it's so true.
That's funny.
I don't know. Maybe she buys them. Maybe we gift them to her. I don't know. Maybe it's May Believe.
Yeah, maybe it's Maybelline. All right, guys.
That's what I meant.
I'm not a pro-life Christian, so if you are confused, request up. If you have questions, or if you disagree, or you want to just call me pro-choice, just come on up in the box.
Are you pro-choice? Are you pro-choice, bro?
Listen, if I was pro-choice, then I could never be a Calvinist.
That's true.
What? Uh-oh.
Do you believe in abortion? I believe that
We
they
don't
happen.
answer questions. We don't answer
Okay.
questions in the comments.
Okay.
So you
Okay.
can come up
Gotcha.
with your question. Yeah,
Is this
so
like a sovereign
you're-
citizen?
if you come up in the box, you can talk to one of us, or we can all talk at the same time right at you.
Yeah, we can. I'm
Whatever
really
you
good at
prefer.
that.
Whatever you prefer.
I prefer the
I'm
prayer
really-
circle or the prayer square.
The
Yeah.
prayer square. I like
See,
the prayer
you have
square.
to be there to know what the prayer square is.
The prayer
was there.
square.
Yeah, the
Well,
Prayer
you,
square.
Chicken
That
doesn't
was-
know.
that was
I
crazy.
don't know what that is.
That's the prayer
Is
We
this
were
square.
rage
on-
bait?
No, we were on Logan's panel, and Logan didn't have himself expanded, so it was just like the square, and Wildflower was in the middle, and then it was
Oh my
all
gosh.
abolitionists in a square around her. And everybody's like, it's a prayer circle, it's a prayer circle. And then,
Oh
of course,
my
Scooter's like, why are we calling a square a circle? And it just kind of went from there. But I was like, of course, the nerd in the comments is going to be like, there's no such thing as a square circle.
Dude,
Right,
who is the
right.
Aaron guy?
Who?
Aaron is the
Aaron.
local hype. He's the local hype man.
Oh,
He came
yeah.
here to
Nice.
call us bonitas and bonito. You're a bonito.
Look at all this hair.
Before
Yeah,
Hell
you're
Broke
right.
Loose. Oh my gosh, Kaylee. I'm
How
so
can you be
sorry.
a Christian and not be pro-life? Well, if you request up, we can have the conversation, and I will tell you how.
I feel like that was an insult. You just said you're sorry when she showed her hair.
A bonito? That's funny. It's the womb warrior in clan.
I need to brush it. I need to take a shower. I'm gonna leave. Y'all have a good one.
Oh,
Okey-dokey.
JJ.
Have a good night.
Bye.
Bye.
Goodbye. Wait. How can you be so bonita and not have a woman?
Bro.
Bro.
Listen, I cannot stand this. Like, it makes me want to turn inside out. I cannot
I think it's
stand
funny.
it.
I think it's funny.
Like
I get a
earlier
kick out
when
of
that
it.
one guy came up, I was
Oh.
like, bro, just like pew me right now. Like, just take me out. Like, I hate it so much.
What's the one guy? What did he say?
Nothing. It was just weird.
So, a pro-abortion atheist, you could just say what you are. How about you request up, Jason, or just say what you are? A coward. Just curious what your
crazy.
argument for. What, Alex? I'm fighting the comments since they won't come up. Oh, where did? All right, me and Virtue. We're gonna take on all of the confused people in the comments. Just curious what your argument. My argument for my stance is from the Bible. And you shall not
was
murder.
in
And if you
a-
murder, then you ought to be put to death.
I was in a Jason's live earlier, like just listening, and you know who Becca is, right?
Uh-huh.
Okay, she was on panel and there was a guy like being really mean to her. And
Uh-huh.
he's like, y'all are so stupid. He was like, do you know how to keep a stupid person in suspense? And nobody said anything. And he's like, I'll tell you tomorrow.
Oh my
It's like, you're
gosh.
so gay, dude. It was so
That's
bad.
crazy.
I was
No,
like, dang it, I
Celeste,
wanted to know the answer.
Celeste, no, I said my argument is you shall not murder, and if you do murder, you ought be put to death. That's my argument. I'm not pro-life because I am an abolitionist. So I am not a pro-life Christian because I am an abolitionist, and so are my mods. So yeah, we would contend with the pro-life and pro-choice movement, the isms of pro-life. So mainstream pro-life, the legislation that is passed, which is pro-life, the pro-life Republicans, bootyism. That's so funny.
Hello.
Yo,
I
booty
have
too.
bad news.
What?
What?
I dropped my crock pot and it cracked.
Uh-oh, yeah, that
Arnar!
is bad news.
Bad news bears.
Yes, that's very bad news.
And by crack, I mean it literally
So-
shattered.
That's crazy.
Well, I bought a bag of Chick-fil-A ice earlier, and I was trying to because I had put it in my freezer, and then when I pulled it out, I was trying to,
What?
break it up a little bit, and the bag just split open, and the ice went all over my floor. I was like, no!
What is Chick-fil-A
Hello.
ice?
Yeah, what's going on,
there's
guys?
there's a guy.
Not much. How are you doing?
I'm doing pretty good. I'm pro-life, so if we could discuss
Okay.
the abolitionist thesis.
Sure.
Yeah. Do you have a justification, or
For abolitionism?
yeah, or I can LARP pro-choice, but that's kind of boring.
No, I don't want you to LARP. No,
Okay,
so
yeah,
I mean,
yeah.
no, you're good. I mean, you're familiar with abolition, right? So-
I understand it, but I haven't heard a good justification for it.
Like, on which part?
That there doesn't exist some case of abortion that's morally permissible.
Well, could you? I mean, I don't mind having a conversation. We don't have to have an argument about it. But what? So, in what case would it be? Well, how do you define abortion, though? First, let's just start there.
I don't know. We could just assume your definition. How are you using the term?
Essentially, it would just be like an unjustified killing. So, murder.
Wait, okay. Well, just unjustified killing, that's just the definition for abortion?
So abortion would be so abortion is a specific type of killing where it's killing preborn children. So so killing, murder, and then abortion would be a specific type of murder. Yeah. For
Okay,
preborn
yeah.
children.
Well, don't you think that that's kind of begging the question in a way where you're saying that, yeah, abortion's immoral. Why is abortion immoral? Yeah, that's baked into the definition. You get what I'm saying? It wouldn't be so highly contentious if that was probably a suitable definition, you know? People don't really debate, whether chairs are the same thing as walls because we kind of have a way we use the term, if that makes sense.
Okay. So what would your definition of abortion be?
Probably just the removal of a fetus, resulting in unalivement. That's probably fine.
The removal of a fetus. Say that last part.
Resulting in unalivement.
Well, I don't know. I would reject that because during for an abortion, they're killed in the womb. So if there's a scenario like ectopic tubal pregnancy, If everything that's available for the doctor to do to give equal care to both mother and child, and the child tragically passes away, like that would be, they're removing the fetus and they die. Like I wouldn't.
Yeah,
I wouldn't
if the action
say that's
of
an abortion.
removal would be linked to the child's unalivement, then I think that would be an abortion. If you're saying like the fetus unalives or is going to unalive regardless of whether they remove it, yeah, that's probably not an abortion.
Yeah, so I wouldn't say anything that after they are removed, because what if there's an emergency C-section of a fully gestated child and they die like afterward? You know what I'm saying? Like
But that's not, because that wouldn't mean that the removal of that fetus was okay. Maybe we could add like intentionally. That's fine. We could say like, okay, like the removal of a fetus resulting in intentional unalivement or whatever. I think that's fine.
Okay.
And then I don't think
So
that
like the intention is to kill the child. Is what you're saying?
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah. I don't think that's
Okay.
wrong in all cases.
To intentionally kill the child?
Yeah, in some cases.
Okay, like when?
Yeah, maybe like, well, there's like a like probably an infinite amount of cases I can stipulate, but
Well,
like
no, that's
one,
fine. You're fine. Just name one. That's fine.
yeah, like if like you don't get the abortion, the mother unalives, or like 20 million children get raped, or like something like that, whatever.
Yeah, but that I don't hold to like a harm reductionist view though. So that reductio doesn't really apply to me.
Wait, so you don't think like if 20 million children would be raped, the abortion would be okay? Like if they don't do it?
No. Yeah, because I'm not going to break God's law to murder, because essentially you're saying I can murder, so these other people
Well, you're baking
like
in
that,
that it's
no.
unjustified. You're saying, okay, yeah, I'm not gonna.
Well, listen, if you do, I will give it to you that you probably are like way smarter than I am. Okay, I will give that to you, and I know that a lot of you guys just want to make abolitionists look dumb. But what I'm saying is, because Mundane tried to give me the same like type of reductio, even though I don't
Mundane's
hold to,
pretty
like,
stupid.
harm reduction. Okay. Well, I mean, I'm not gonna say that because that would just be being mean.
Well, no. Mundane's Mundane's one of my closer friends on the app, so that's why I'm saying it. But
Unless you're Mundane.
no, I'm not. He's one of my friends. But what's it called? Okay, so like if you don't hold the harm reductionists, you hold to like the biblical tendencies. I do too. Well, I hold to the church's teachings, but whatever. Okay, so
Sure.
if like that's the case, then what do you say if there's like one case where you have to break God's law, and in the other case you have to break God's law in a sense where it's more relevant, or maybe at least it causes a little bit more harm? You'd want to say that you'd rather do the one where it causes less harm, right?
No, I would just no, because we don't see this principle in scripture anywhere. I don't. What church fathers would give this teaching?
You mean the hypothetical I'm giving you?
Well, that's saying that you can break God's law because it's lesser harm. Where do we see this?
No, that's not what I'm saying. I'm saying, okay, look, maybe there's a case where you have to lie to a federal agent. Okay, so the federal agent comes up to you and he says, have you seen this person? They stole from a store, right? Okay, that's the first like scenario. And then the second scenario is they ask you the same thing, but in that scenario, if you lie, if you lie, then 20 million children would also be raped. And then that's fine. Okay, so if you lie in one case, you just lie, and then the other case, you lie and 20 million children get raped. Which one would you rather do?
Oh my goodness. Can you tell me what the point of this is, please?
Well, it's just to show you that there's some like principle of harm reductionist, regardless of whether there's some universal principle that's held at like a higher extent. Like for instance, like, yeah, I hold to the Bible, I hold to all those things, but you end up seeing that there's still some aspect, because if you're breaking God's law regardless, you probably want to reduce the harm. Not in all cases, but in most cases. And that's kind of what I'm trying to show you with that.
Well, so here's the thing is like, so I would be obedient to God, okay? Because that's what's most important. And I would trust in God's sovereignty and just his will. So that's what I would submit to. I wouldn't try to use my own human reasoning, as dumb as anybody would think it sounds or whatever. But I just I don't see how breaking God's law would be the answer here.
No, you're breaking God's law either way. Like, okay, okay, let's maybe.
Well, what do you mean I'm breaking it either way? Because I'm not like.
Well, the stipulation is that you're like going to lie. Like we could say maybe like there's like some commandment. Okay, like I don't know like a better example to make it sound more like clear, but maybe like you stipulate some case where you take a sin that's going to be committed, and then you take that same sin that's going to be committed, and then you add some harm that would be done. You'd probably want to choose the one that does less harm because you're going to sin regardless, right?
There, why
And
are you? Wait,
obviously-
why are you?
Like obviously, it's not
just-
logically
well, what
impossible
are-
for you to sin, right? Like that's kind of obvious.
Sure. Yes. Yeah. Obviously, yes. I can sin. Yes.
Yeah,
Of course.
of course. So we'll say there's a case where you're going to sin, and in one case, if you do that sin, you'll just do that sin, and then in the other case, you do that sin, and 20 million children get raped. And what that's trying to show is because you said I'm not a harm reductionist, which you're probably
Yeah,
not. I'm not either in a sense, but then you see that there's probably some harm to be taken into consideration because you would probably choose the one where, okay, yeah, if I'm going to sin either way, I'd probably also save the 20 million children from being raped, right?
Okay. So we are not to do evil, so good might come. Like that. That's just like I just.
No, you're doing
Like,
evil
the-
either way. That's the
I know,
stipulation.
but no. Well, why though? Like, I could just not sin. Like, you keep saying that I have to sin. I don't have to.
No.
Like, you see what I'm saying? Like,
that's the stipulation. If it's logically possible for you to sin, then the hypothetical would be valid.
well, sure, it is logically possible for me to sin.
Okay, great. Then the
choosing not
hypothetical
to
is
do
valid.
evil. What are we testing here? Are you just trying to like prove that
I'm not
some sort
testing.
of, like,
No,
I don't know
I'm
what
not trying
you're
to make
doing
you
here.
seem. I'm not trying to make you seem absurd. I'm just trying to show you that harm reduction is taken into consideration. Maybe not over God's law, and I agree with that, but to some extent, because you see that. Okay, yeah, if you're going to sin either way, you'd probably choose the one where less harm is being done. And so it's like, okay, well, if you're choosing the one where less harm is being done because sin is happening either way, yeah, you'd probably want to. Or we could even turn it around. We could say, okay, yeah, either you don't lie to a police officer in one case, you don't lie to the police officer in the other case, but when you don't lie in one case, 20 million children get raped. Either way. Okay, so you're doing good regardless. Like, you would probably still choose the one where you don't do bad against God, and then 20 million children also don't get raped, right?
That I don't do bad against God.
Yeah, in the sense that, okay, look, you can either tell the truth, or you can tell the truth and 20 million children get raped. You'd probably tell the truth, right? Without the 20 million children?
I mean, sure, yeah.
Okay, great. So then you're seeing, okay, you have these two options, and in one option you can do good you can do good, and then in the second one you can also do good, but you can also reduce harm. So then harm reduction is taken into consideration in some sense.
Okay, but I mean, I don't know.
So then the claim you made previously where you say, yeah, I don't take harm reduction into consideration would then be false?
I don't know. Like, you're literally like, I don't even know, honestly, at this point.
Okay, do you want me to explain it? Maybe I'm not explaining it well. Okay.
No, it's not that. It's not you. We'll just chalk it up to me.
Okay, well, hold on.
Yeah, it's not you.
Let me
you're
try to.
explaining it fine.
Okay,
I
let
just
me.
want like here's the thing. I would rather you like if you want to make the abolitionist view absurd so that I leave that view and adopt yours, that's fine. But I don't, you know what I mean? Like we can do that, but
Well, I think I
I
kind of just
don't.
showed you how it's unintuitive because initially you said
Well,
I don't take harm reduction into consideration, and then it turns
well, what
out
does
you
that have to do
actually.
with? Well, what does that have to do with abolitionism, though?
Well, that's a contradiction in the abolitionist thesis.
Harm reduction.
Question.
Yeah. What's up, Alex?
What is with the conversation? What is your thoughts on 1 Samuel 15 verse 22?
Could you go ahead and say it for me?
I don't have my Bible next to me. I had to look at the Bible app.
Yeah, I don't
I
either.
hold
I'm
on.
not home
Hold
alone.
on. I have another device. Hold on. I'll pull it up. What is
Let me
it?
make sure it's
First
the right
Samuel
verse.
what?
Chapter 15 verse 22.
15:22.
And by the way,
Yes.
Miranda, the P is I don't take harm reduction into consideration, and then the not P is I do take harm reduction into consideration.
Okay, and Samuel said, "Has the Lord as great delight in burnt offerings and sacrifices as in obeying the voice of the Lord? Behold, to obey is better than sacrifice, and to listen than the fat of rams."
That doesn't answer the hypothetical because the stipulation was that you don't betray God or you don't sin in both circumstances. Okay, so like,
Yeah, but you're
I thought
breaking God's law. And you're
no,
breaking
you're
yeah, I
not.
God's
thought
You're
law.
not
earlier you
breaking
said
God's law in either scenario.
No.
that in this scenario you'd be sinning either way. You just have to choose one with less harm.
Yeah, and then I flipped it to okay, yeah, you're telling the truth in both cases. Well, you have the option to lie, but you're either you tell the truth and nothing happens, or you tell the truth and 20 million children get raped.
Who's making
You're
us do this?
what do you, who's making it? It's just hypothetical. What do you mean? You
I
know,
know, but who's making us do that?
nobody. There's a choice. Okay, so let's say a cop comes up to you and says, "Have you seen, this man? He
Mm-mm.
shoplifted." Okay, you can either lie, and in either case, if you lie, all that'll happen is you lie. And then on the other hand, you either tell the truth and nothing happens, or you tell the truth and 20 million children get raped. What would you do? Are you there?
Yeah, if you're hello,
Did you hear the hypothetical?
can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you, bro. You kind of
Yeah,
have
I
bad
mean,
Wi-Fi.
I don't under hello. Anyways, I don't know if you can hear me or not. Can you guys
Yeah,
hear me?
Alex. We
Bro,
yeah,
what's
we
so
can hear
I
funny,
you.
was more
bro?
so asking. I was more so asking
All right,
Virtue
the
because.
the
Okay, yeah,
point.
that's fine.
Okay, I just want to finish my point about the verse I brought up because I don't know what version of the Bible she was reading, but clearly it's not the superior. I'm trolling. But the reason I brought up First Samuel is because I think it is better than to sacrifice. It's better to obey God than it is to do any sort of sacrifice.
Yeah, but
And when
you're
I say
obeying
sacrifice,
God
I'm
in
talking
both
about
cases.
com-
That's the stipulation. Here, Alex, I'll just give you the
wait.
hypothetical and you can answer
Now
it
I'm
for me.
super lost. Dude, I'm lost.
Okay, Alex, here.
I'm super lost in this all.
Yeah. I'm gonna go ahead and lay out the hypothetical for you, and you tell me what you would do. Is that fine?
Sure.
All right, great. So a cop comes up to you and he asks, "Have you seen this man?" Shows you a picture of a man, and he says that the man shoplifted. Okay, now you can either lie. Okay, now if you lie, nothing will happen. You'll just lie, and that'll be a sin, and you'll lie. Now, in the other case, you tell the truth and nothing happens, and then in the third case, you tell the truth and 20 million children get raped. What would you want to do there?
All right. So just to make sure I'm not lost here, I can tell the guy the truth and nothing bad happens,
That's right.
why wouldn't you choose that option?
Well, no, I think you would too, but the issue is that the host said that she doesn't take harm reductionist into consideration, which would then mean that those two options, the 20 million children getting raped and then just normally telling the truth, would be equal under her view. And I was trying to show why that's unintuitive.
What does that have to do with abolition?
Because she said that the abolitionist thesis doesn't take into consideration harm reduction.
I don't think it takes into consideration like the aspect of allowing any sort of child sacrifice.
Oh, so you think
In
that
any way.
it's only child sacrifice? It's not like grape or like torture or anything
I'm
like that?
talking about abortion. I'm talking about what happened. Like I'm talking what actually happens.
It's logically possible for all those things to happen. You disagree?
It's logically possible to lie to a cop and a bunch of children to get raped because of it.
Yeah.
I'm lost in the sauce, dude.
You don't think that's logic?
What
You
does
don't
this
think that's
have to-
logically possible?
Logically possible. By in the sense you mean anything's possible. I guess I don't know.
There's just no
I
contradiction.
don't understand what the point of bringing this up is.
Okay,
when we're
look,
talking
here,
about
I'll explain it.
abolition.
Yeah, I'll explain it one more time. Okay, so basically what initially happened is that the host said that we, quote, don't take harm reduction into consideration, unquote. Okay, well, if that's the case, then the option where you obey God and nothing happens, and then the option where you obey God and 20 million children get raped would be equivalent in terms of how morally permissible they are. So if those two things are equal, then you would say, I don't know, or there would be no issue with saying, yeah, I'll tell the truth and 20 million children get raped. And then if you say, yeah, I would have nothing happen to the children,
Well, I
then
don't
you'd be
think
saying
that's.
that harm reduction is somewhat relevant.
I don't think it's morally permissible for that to happen. Right?
Yeah,
I think we can
what?
agree that rapists should be put to death. Am I
No,
cutting out?
that's not what I'm saying. Okay, look, I'm saying that there's two options. If you're saying that's not morally permissible, I don't know which option you're talking about. If you're talking about the one where you tell the truth and nothing happens, well, yeah, obviously that's morally permissible. And then the one where you tell the truth and 20 million children get raped. All I'm trying to show there is that harm reduction is somewhat relevant in the abolitionist thesis. And like, because you would want to live by that, like, outside of abortion, obviously. Like, yeah, like, disobeying God is wrong. So, okay, yeah, that's fine. And then she said, yeah, harm reduction isn't taken into consideration. I'm assuming that wasn't just talking about abortion. Otherwise, it would be special pleading.
Well, I think that out here, this is what I'll say. I don't think that we can sin in order to prevent a worse thing from happening. I guess.
Okay, look, there's no sin in either of the cases. There's no sin.
I know. I'm not saying in these cases. I'm just saying in general what I believe.
Oh, yeah, that's fine. So the way you would respond to the hypothetical would be by saying that you should do the option where you obey God and no children get raped, correct?
Yeah, I would. I don't understand the hypothetical, but yes.
Okay, and that's what the host said too. So that would contradict what the host previously said when she said that harm reduction isn't taken into consideration when making moral decisions.
Harm reduction isn't taken into consideration when making moral decisions. I mean, I'm not going to sin in order that good may come. I can say that.
Okay,
So
do you agree?
I don't
Okay,
know
do
what
you
you
agree
mean by
with the
that.
proposition? Quote: harm reduction is not taken into consideration when making moral decisions. Unquote. Do you agree with that proposition?
It depends what you mean.
What term are you confused on?
Well, I mean, I don't think. I don't know. I just asked Chicken. What does that mean, Chicken? Or Womb Warrior?
What does
She's
that
literally
mean,
here. Just
sorry?
ask her. Did
What
you?
does what
I don't
mean?
know what this guy's. I don't know what he's talking about. He said that you said something.
Yeah. Okay. Look. when I initially
I just said that
asked-
I just said that I don't hold to harm reduction. That's all I said. And then I'm not going to do evil so good might come, which that would put me in like if you were to do, like this or that. But like I just don't know how us saying that telling the truth and nothing happens and then telling the truth to prevent 20,000 children from being raped. I don't see how that's like a harm reduction. I don't understand how that would be like a harm reduction. Like obviously,
you said you don't hold the harm reduction. And then I asked you, do you take harm reduction into consideration? And you said no to that question.
Oh, did you? I'm sorry. I must have missed you asking that. So I'm
Okay,
sorry
well,
if I said yeah.
If you meant to say no to that question, then we can also discuss. We can have a little bit of a different discussion. But I'm pretty sure you said yes to that, so it's fine.
I don't know. It's late and I'm old and I have 4 children. So
Bruh.
Yeah. That's fine. Okay, so you think that harm reduction is taken into consideration then?
Bruh.
I don't know. I mean, like, is that really like what we're like? I guess I'm just lost on why we need to talk about that. Because
it's relevant.
Well, like how?
Well, it's relevant because we're having a discussion about the permissibility of abortion, and also we're talking about
Sure.
harm reduction when talking about abortion as well. So I think it's very relevant in that sense.
Well, so can you? I mean, how would that be relevant in the abolitionist view? Like, what is an abolitionist seeking when it comes to abortion?
Well, it depends if the abolitionist takes harm reduction into consideration.
I'm still confused on what the objections are to abolitionism, dude.
Well, I had
This
an
makes no
objection
sense.
to what Womb Warrior clearly previously said, but now she's kind of
Do
retracted.
you have
that.
exceptions? I'm confused. Do you have exceptions for abortion?
Yeah, of course.
Of course is diabolical. What do you mean, of course?
Well, I mean, I'm debating you guys, so if I agreed with you, I probably wouldn't be up here, right?
Well, I mean, there's people who have no exceptions that disagree with abolition, so how am I supposed to know?
Okay, yeah, that's fine.
Anyways.
I do have exceptions, yeah.
What exceptions do you have?
Like all the really extreme scenarios that you could stipulate, and then life of the mother, maybe grape. I'm not sure yet.
Are you Christian?
I am, yeah.
What denomination are you?
I'm inquiring Eastern Orthodox.
Haven't they, like... Oh, I don't know about EOS. I don't know what they say about grape in certain aspects in there. I know there's some Eastern Orthodox who are immediatists. But
Yeah,
anyways.
I'm not sure about the church's position. I'm also not blessed to speak on that, so yeah.
You're
That's
not blessed to
unfortunate for you.
speak. Well, I mean, I guess yeah, you can't speak on the church's position, sure, but so when somebody is an abolitionist, what do you think that, like I said before, like, do you think we're trying to end abortion, like stopping abortions from happening, or?
Well, yeah, obviously, but I also think that part of the abolitionist.
Well, no, that's not. That's not.
You don't
want
want to stop abortions?
Because we know it's still going to happen, right? Like it's still going to happen.
Wait, so
That's
if you could like
logically
snap
possible.
your fingers and an abortion would never happen again, you wouldn't do that?
Well, so the abolitionist position is to establish equal human rights and equal justice, so that when a preborn child is murdered, there's justice for them. So, like, we
and
know
another
that
part of the
abortion would still
thesis is
happen.
also that there exists no circumstance where abortion's permissible, correct?
Well, sure, yeah.
Okay, yeah. So that's what I'm kind of trying to show. And then you said you don't take harm reductionist views into consideration. That's what that hypothetical is for. And then if you're going back on that, okay, yeah, then we can discuss maybe some extreme scenarios where you'd probably say no there. And yeah, but I mean, if you don't find them absurd, that's fine. I think, they probably don't align with most people's moral intuitions, and we can talk about scripture as well if you'd like.
Okay.
Yeah. So do you have a verse that kind of shows that abortion's not permissible in any case? I mean, at least, yeah, that's fine.
Yeah, I mean, because the thing is when an abortion is happening, we are sacrificing the child's life. So God says that He hates the hands that shed innocent blood. So Genesis 9:6, and then you can see what He says about child sacrifice, that we ought not do it, and that child sacrifice must, stop immediately.
But
So
you do. Sorry.
Yeah, go
Continue.
ahead. No, go ahead.
Oh, okay.
No, you're
Yes.
fine. Go ahead.
You do realize that a lot of these types of scripture that we look at, okay, well, we see that it says, yeah, thou shalt not lie, but I don't think it really stipulates thou shalt always not lie. I think that might be an issue in saying that, okay, yeah, I'm going to make this absolute claim, but the Bible doesn't make this absolute claim. And you take, okay, yeah, we have this Bible verse that says we shouldn't do something, and then you take that as we should never do this thing when the Bible doesn't really say that. So I don't really know where you're getting the absolutist claim from when it's not stipulated in the Bible.
Murdering? Yeah, murder is an absolute, no. So when
It's
it
in
comes
contention.
to,
It's in
because you can
contention whether
even,
it's murder or not. That's the problem.
well, it is, it would be a prohibited killing under God's moral law. So if it's a prohibited killing, that would not be prohibited to kill your unborn child.
No, I
So
agree with you that it wouldn't be permitted in most cases. As it says in scripture, yeah, this thing is not okay, but it doesn't say this thing is always not
Well,
okay. I'm not really understanding where you're drawing
but
that
we're
conclusion.
talking about, so okay, so you could even, you keep bringing up lying, but lying and murder, those are not going to be those are not going to be the same. So because we could say, if we're in war and we camouflage ourselves to sneak up on the enemy, would that be a form of lying? But that would be okay, correct? Right?
I mean, well, yeah.
Do you see what, deceptiveness,
well, I would
or
say that's
deceiving or
okay.
something?
Well, I
Right.
would say
I
that's
would say
okay
that,
because I don't take
yeah.
scripture to be absolutist claims, at least in most cases.
Well, what do you mean by that?
Well, you're saying, okay, yeah, that would be deception and that would be permissible, but the Bible says, thou shalt not lie, thou shalt not deceive, whatever. Okay, well, that would either be a contradiction or you'd be committed to saying that that's not an absolute claim.
Well, no, it's not that it would be a contradiction, but when we're talking about murder and what God says about murder, He's very clear on that. He's very clear when it comes to child sacrifice and murder.
No, you brought up, the case of deception. Yeah, okay.
Sure.
We could say shmurder, yeah, thou shalt not shmurder. Yeah, I agree. Shmurder's morally impermissible in all cases. Well, what's going to be the argument that all abortions are shmurder then? Let's say a life of the mother case. Why would that be shmurder?
Because you would be sacrificing the child's life to save your own, and we would not do that if the child was outside of the womb.
Okay, wait, how are you defining shmurder?
I just said a prohibited killing that would break God's moral law.
Okay, and then when you say prohibited, presumably you're kind of baking in some unjustification, or no? You think that it can be justified, but it's still not permissible, or what? Where's the justification coming?
Yeah, it would be an unjustified taking. So
Okay, perfect.
yeah, go ahead.
Okay,
Go
perfect.
ahead.
So it's unjustified. Okay, now we take abortion, and you want to say that that's murder. So, for those very extreme cases, we'll say life of the mother, paralyzation, whatever you want to say. Okay, well, what's going to be the argument that those types of cases are unjustified?
Because there's never a time where you can sacrifice the life of your child to save your own, is what I'm saying. Because if the mother was put in a scenario with that same child that's outside of the womb, that mother wouldn't. You're saying that she would be okay to make her child her shield, so that she wouldn't die.
I don't know if I hold the view that the fetus has, at least a zygote, has the same value as like I don't know. Let's say like a 20-year-old. I don't know if I hold that view. Can you like convince me of that or?
That all human beings are equal in the eyes of
Yeah,
God.
like I think they're both valuable. They're both image bearers. Whatever. Yeah, that's fine. And then we see that there's some morally relevant traits that are being probably separated between the two. I don't know why you're not taking those into consideration.
Well, I just don't see how. So you're saying that the mother would just be more valuable, is what you're saying?
I didn't make that claim. I just said I'm not very convinced.
No, I was
of the-
asking. That was clarifying. I was
Oh yeah,
clarifying.
no,
Is
no.
that
I'm
what?
just saying I'm not very convinced of the contrary position that they are equal.
That they're equals? Yeah, I mean, essentially because they are image bearers of God, and you just shouldn't murder to save your own life. Like that's just we don't. Again, the principle of not doing evil so good might come. That's the principle that we see in Scripture.
No. Okay, okay. Look, I agree with you that they're both image bearers, and I agree that that's the type of thing that's valuable. But I think there's probably some other value indicators that are present in a 20-year-old that aren't present in a zygote, and I think that's probably an issue as well. Like, okay, like you think that everyone's equal? Okay, that's fine. Like, can you conceive of a case where there exists some person that's not equal to another, or no? Like, how are you defining image bearer? Maybe that'll help.
Oh my goodness. Okay. Yeah, I think. Listen, I'm probably not going to be the best one to have this conversation, honestly.
I mean, if
So-
Scooter wants to discuss, we can talk about that.
Yeah, I mean, I just got here, but when we're invoking like human value, we're talking about Genesis 1:27, to where humans are made in God's image. So when we're talking about the act of murder, which is ratzach in Hebrew, we're ultimately talking about the premeditative, unjust unaliving of another human being. So I'm not sure why you're like adding to God's law when it comes to moral consideration.
Oh,
From
okay.
a 20-year-old.
Hold on. I didn't.
From-
I took on
hold- From a 20-year-old to an embryo, there's no distinction made biblically speaking.
No, I didn't add to God's law, just so we're clear. But we could have the discussion. So you said that humans, right? Like you're drawing a distinction there, and presumably when you say human, all you mean is like member of the Homo sapien species or whatever.
Yeah, sure, yeah.
Okay, so like if we said there was some case where, yeah, like okay, we could just talk about like a Superman case or whatever. Would you say like Superman isn't made in the image of God, or
No, it's
someone that's, like-
not by the Imago Dei, no.
Oh, really? Okay, so like if we say that there's
Can you
some
can you
person-
define what Imago Dei means?
No, what? You're the one who used the term. Do you wanna?
Okay, can you define what the Imago Dei means biblically speaking, sir?
Okay, now you're trying to LARP test me. I don't really appreciate that. When you're the
Can
one
you
who used the
define
word.
what Imago Dei means? What does that
Can you
mean
define-
biblically
can you
speaking?
can you define the term that you used?
Is he already trying to pivot?
You're asking me to define a term that I didn't use. I don't really know why
Imago
that's
Dei,
relevant.
what does that mean? This is in Genesis 1:27.
I don't really see the relevance when I didn't use the term.
The relevancy
That's
of
what I'm saying.
what constitutes made in God's image or not made in God's image is not relevant.
No. I'm saying you asking me what it means is not relevant. You should be the one
Yes,
telling me
because
what it
you're
means because you're the one who
also-
used the
I'm
word.
sorry, let's get a clarification. Did he not claim to be a Christian? An inquiring EO?
I am a Christian. Yeah.
Okay, you are a Christian, so when it comes to the Bible specifically, what does Imago Dei mean?
You're the one who used the term, so you should be the one defining the
No,
term.
that doesn't follow as well. If I'm talking
Okay,
to a fellow,
I can explain to you
if
how that
I'm
follows,
talking
right?
to a
I
fellow
can explain to
Christian,
you. I can explain to you how that follows. Okay, so
if I'm talking to a fellow Christian
okay, we'll
about
just
what
leave it
God
as that.
says, that implies you know what God says.
Okay. So now I'm gonna go ahead and just say what I was gonna
Just say
Okay,
you don't know. It's okay.
Initially,
You can say I
when
don't
he
know.
used the term, I said, "Well, what do you mean by the term?" And then he said, logic. How about you define the term, man? And
I
said,
actually asked you the question.
I don't see the
know why you would ask
relevance
me the
of
question.
why I should define that term. And I think the reason why you should be the one defining the term is because we can take some parallel case
Yeah,
where maybe
because
you use the
you're
term, I don't know, use the term faith, right? Well, I ask, what does faith mean? And maybe you're using a
you're
definition that's
crashing
a
out.
little
You're
bit
crashing
different
out.
from how
Yeah,
most people use the term.
so
And I think that's
so it was a
probably why
rhetorical
you should be
question.
the
So
one saying it, right?
so when we're talking about made in God's image, that's a Imago Dei. So it's specifically for humanity, which is contextually correct when it comes to the interpretation of Genesis 1:27 by the hermeneutical account. So when you ask like very stupid questions like, is Superman made in God's image? You just haven't read your Bible. Like, this is very clear. This is answered. It's not confused. This was a specific thing that was made just for humanity.
Well, okay,
You
just
just
so
don't
we're
know what
clear,
you're
I
talking
wasn't
about.
pressing on the biblical text, rather just pressing on what it means to be a human. So could you define Homo sapien for me, maybe? Maybe there's some disconnect there.
Well, I only engage biblically speaking. So when we're just talking about a human, we're talking about a ontological metaphysical being who is made specifically in God's image, who derived from Adam and Eve. So they're a descendant of Adam in particular, to where they're a ontological being within their nature of a sinful nature. So yes, humans reproduce other humans. So we're specifically talking about offspring, to where that offspring replicates itself over and over.
Or can
So
you
just
just
tell me.
wait? So do you say that a human is a part of the Homo sapien species, or do you have a different definition? I didn't hear what you said.
That's fine. I don't know why you're fixating on very like irrelevant points.
Well,
Like,
the
sure,
reason
that's
the
fine.
reason it's very relevant is because I can conceive of a case where we have some person who seems like they're made, or maybe not person. Maybe that's question begging. My bad, Scooter. I
Yeah, that
sincerely
is. Yeah.
apologize.
What is
Yeah,
a
yeah,
person
yeah, yeah.
would be the
So
question.
maybe in the way that I use the term, I probably just define a person as one with a rational form, but I don't see why we should be talking
Yeah,
about that. I think maybe we should talk about
Aquinas pseudo
instead.
heretical
I can conceive
views.
of some specimen or some entity in which carries all the traits that a Homo sapien would, and they even serve God and do all these things. You'd say that they're not made in the image of God. Well, I don't really see how that's the case. And then, if you're saying made in the image of
you're
God,
kind of just
is Homo
monologuing.
sapien,
Look,
and then
look. Regardless
no,
of
no,
your,
no, 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 wait, just so
I get to
you guys-
respond to a monologue. Like, I don't know what you're doing. Look, if
Okay,
you're
yeah,
just saying-
my 12-second.
Yeah,
my
if you're
12
just
second
trying to
sentence,
trade-
yeah, I know you can't respond.
if you're just trying to trade equalize like other metaphysical beings compared to the human being, and then do a reductionist or inferential account of similarities, well, we would have similarities with God. That doesn't mean we're God. The same argument would apply. We have similar
That's
characteristics.
arguably the most idiotic response I've ever heard.
We have
So I'm
similar
going to interrupt the
characteristics.
monologue. Just like he
We
did.
have
And
we
I'm
have
gonna go-
similar characteristics
Oh,
of God.
so
That
he's
doesn't
just
make
gonna
us
keep
God,
going.
correct? Are we God or not God, even though we have similar characteristics? Like,
Oh wait, just so we're clear, I didn't say similar characteristics. So that was a low tier tracking blunder.
that's
from
already
Scooter the
implied within the
Abolitionist.
view. Huge
So
rolling
now that you
similarities
have
between
that
humans
low
and
tier
other
tracking blunder,
metaphysical
I'm going to repeat what I said before, that you called a monologue and cut me off. So what I said is that they
This guy
obtain
can't
all of the same traits as a Homo sapien.
I never
Okay.
made that claim.
No, I did it. You're still not tracking. I'm repeating
No,
what
it's
I
not even
previously
all.
said.
It's not even
So
all.
I'm
That would be
repeating
even
what
more
I
incorrect.
previously said. Okay? So now that I'm going to repeat what I previously said without you saying I didn't make that claim. I know you didn't, Scooter. I was talking about what I said. Okay? So what I said was that they obtain all of the same characteristics as a Homo sapien. However, the characteristic they would be missing would be the characteristic that would make them a Homo sapien. So
That's a
let's say they
contradiction.
have-
That's
it's
literally
not.
a contradiction.
No, it's not.
Yes, it is.
What's the P and not P?
Yeah, that they have all the characteristics as Homo sapiens, but they don't. What?
They have all the characteristics except a characteristic. Is that
That's a contradiction.
Is that okay? So there's a contradiction in saying they have all characteristics except one. That's a contradiction.
Yeah, that's pretty much a contradiction. Yeah,
Holy
can you
shit.
define
Okay,
all?
Okay, great.
What are you talking
Yeah,
about?
except. You know what that word means?
Yeah, that's a con.
Wait,
Yeah,
wait,
if you're
Scooter,
saying that they
Scooter,
all,
define
if you're
except for
saying
me.
that they have all
Define
the same
except.
characteristics except, that's a contradiction.
Oh, okay, was that your definition for the word accept? Because that's what I asked you for, and I don't think you've.
I don't think you can actually contend in like an intellectual manner. This is very low tier.
Okay, dodging the question again. So I'm gonna ask one more time.
You're saying you're just contradicting. You're saying they have all the same all the same characteristics, and then you make this exception, negating the previous claim you made, which is a direct contradiction. You're just being incoherent. And then you're also not being you're also not being obedient to what Scripture says.
Okay, I'm gonna interrupt.
And you're also not being obedient to what Scripture says. So you need to repent.
Let's say that you're moving out of your house, right? And you know the movers get to your garage, and you say, "Take all my items except this table," right? Okay, well, if you say, "Take all my items except this table," that wouldn't be a contradiction because you're saying you can take all the items with the exclusion of this table. The contradiction would be if you say, "Take all items," and then you say, "Don't take the table." Okay, that would be the contradiction. But when you add the word "except" in there, you're saying, yeah, this object is not applicable to these types of things that we're talking about. Okay, does that make sense?
So that it's not all else equal, right?
What? Nobody's talking about all else equal right now. I'm just saying that there's some exceptions.
See how he can't actually answer the question because there's a distinction.
Ask me a question. Do you think that your previous sentence ended with a question mark? Do you genuinely believe
I said
that?
so it's not all else equal, question mark.
You said so it's not all else equal. You didn't say question mark. Next time maybe you need to say question mark because you're not very
so
good
now
at,
when I ask questions,
showing that there's a question mark.
Now here, I'll make it so simple. So are you okay, question mark?
Wait, do you not take it that the sentence...
Are you okay, question mark?
Wait, do you not take it that the sentence you said would also work
Are
as
you confused
a
about
declarative
question?
statement?
Are you okay, question mark?
Yes, I am okay, Scooter. Thank you for asking. That's amazing.
Okay, so now you understood that was a question. So
I did understand that was a question because it had those certain words that commonly
This guy
associate with
is just
questions.
yapping because he can't actually debate. He's scared.
Okay, great. I'm gonna just say one more thing. Is that okay?
You're just crashing out because you're scared to actually get into the substance of these.
Yeah, host. Let's just get a mute on the dog real quick so I can say one thing.
Okay,
a dog.
When you say a sentence,
that's even more scared. See? You're so scared. And Link, that's what you produce, by the way. That's how you act.
That's I mean, that's the same. Muzzle this dog. Straight from Link.
He's learning straight from Link, bringing up the similarities between humans and other metaphysical beings, and they're made in God's image. Exact same argument from Link like 3 weeks ago. So Link, repent. Stop teaching these young children bad argumentation. Terrible debate.
Yes. Okay.
Hey, Scholastic. Sorry. I'm just reading through the comments right now. Okay. So you were wanting to debate logic?
Yeah, but I mean, I don't even understand his point. I don't really know.
Okay. I mean, he's pro-life. He has exceptions. He's inquiring EO. I don't know if there was something like that you want. Like,
I mean, I don't think we should choose. I don't think it should be the mother or the child. I think the doctors should try to save, both as much as they can.
Right. Hold on. That was just. I don't mind. I give you guys like 10 minutes. Like, just please.
I mean, the biggest question would be, it's kind of hard to argue. I mean, if he doesn't think that, I don't know. It's kind of hard. I mean, the one question is, do mothers have like obligations to their children?
I mean, in most cases, yeah, probably.
And you think you say the only case of a permissible abortion is when the mother's life is in danger?
No, I never said that.
Do you have any other cases?
Yeah, I think there's probably some pretty extreme cases that I'd give exceptions for.
Has any of these extreme cases ever happened before?
I'm agnostic on that.
Okay, so what, you're just coming up with like hypotheticals?
Yeah, you could say that there exists many cases of abortion that are possible that I would probably say are permissible. But from what I've seen, yeah, probably life of the mother, and then if any of those other extreme cases, I'm not sure about specifically what they would be, but yeah.
Do you think that I mean, imagine like you're walking out of like the mother and her newborn child is walking outside of a hospital, and a gunman says, "Hey, I can either take you, or like unalive you, or unalive your child." Do you think it would be permissible for the mother to unalive to give the child to the gunman?
What? Okay, so either the mother unalives or the child unalives.
Yeah.
I think it's probably virtuous for the mother to give herself up.
Would it be a sin for her to give up her child?
I don't know how you're defining the term sin, and then yeah.
It would be a transgression of like, I don't know, the law of God, the divine law.
Possibly, yeah. I think it's probably sin.
All right. I mean, do you have any do you have like a relevant difference between a mother's life is in danger due to complications in the pregnancy, and like a mother giving up her child to save her own life?
Well, I think there's other considerations in abortion that aren't present in the case that you gave me.
What's the morally relevant consideration?
Well, I think there's a bunch of them. Like the first one probably being that I don't know, maybe there's some difference in anthropomorphicity and stuff like that. I think those are probably relevant. Maybe there's some bodily autonomy aspect, not to a large extent, but maybe to take into consideration.
I mean, we could do with both of the we could tackle both of those considerations. I mean, with the bodily autonomy situation, I guess, I don't know, you might change. Do you think both of those conditions are like one of the conditions isn't sufficient on its own? It requires the other condition.
Sorry, what did you say?
Do you believe both of those conditions are necessary as as a conjunction?
I think we take them into consideration.
Like, what if one of the conditions wasn't present, but the other one was? Would that then make it permissible? Or
would it make what permissible?
Like, imagine the anthropomorphic condition wasn't, present, right? But the bodily autonomy, condition was present. Would abortion then be permissible?
Wait, so they're both image bearers. One entity isn't anthropomorphic, but the non-anthropomorphic entity is what? Like infringing on someone that is anthropomorphic's like bodily autonomy? Is that the stipulation?
I'm saying, okay, imagine they're both anthropomorphic. Okay, so it's like 20 weeks or something in pregnancy, but the bodily autonomy condition is met. Okay, I'm asking, would that be permissible?
I think they're like morally relevant to a point where abortion's not okay. I don't think abortion's okay all else equal, like regardless. If you're like an image bearer and you're infringing on another image bearer's bodily integrity to like a certain extent, I think it's probably wrong to get an abortion. But in the case that you gave me with the gunman, that's the distinction I was drawing there. I don't think that's as applicable in abortion.
Okay. Okay, so let me just think of another scenario where like but you do think it's only when the life is in danger. So I mean, I probably have to make like some kind of hypothetical, but like, I don't know. I mean, let me think. Like these kind of conversations are hard because, I mean, some of these things I just don't find intuitive. I agree with the host's perspective that we shouldn't sin. Well, you probably just don't think it's a sin in the first place, so it probably doesn't really matter. But we think...
I don't think what's a sin.
You don't think that the example with the abortion when those two conditions are met, you think that's an instance of a permissible abortion. So you would think that that's morally like justified or neutral.
No, I think it's wrong if they're both image bearers and there's no morally relevant bodily integrity, like infringement or whatever.
Okay.
I think look, you're right. I think you're taking this a little bit. Okay, I think you're taking this a little bit too like. Okay, you're like, okay, look, well, there's bodily integrity, therefore abortion's okay. No, I don't agree with that at all. I think it's just something to take into consideration. The first thing we take into consideration, okay, are they an image bearer? Yeah, they're an image bearer. Great. And then after that, well, yeah, this one's more anthropomorphic. Okay, perfect. And then, well, this one's infringing on this one's bodily integrity, right? It's like that.
Okay. All right. Do you have like some kind of threshold of like bodily integrity? Is it just when the life is in danger?
It's just something to take into consideration. It depends on the case.
Okay, so it's case by case basis.
Yeah.
Okay, I mean that's going to be kind of hard. So it's not like we can't really get to any kind of principle besides just looking at the very thing in question. Like, okay, just bodily integrity to begin with. Because since it's on a case basis, I mean, these type of conversations are not really.
I don't think it's morally relevant in the case of most most pregnancies. That's why I'm pro-life.
Yeah. Do you think that so you don't think that it's relevant that the fetus in question is, the child of the mother in question, the woman that's pregnant?
Probably not to like the same extent you do. Maybe like in a minute sense, yeah.
I mean, do you think parents have obligations to their children?
In a minute sense, yeah.
In a minute sense?
I think that they have an obligation to provide for their children. I think they have an obligation to do a lot for their children.
Even risk their own lives?
What's meant by risk their own lives there?
So I mean, like if does a parent have an obligation to place their own lives in immediate danger for the sake of the good of their children?
I don't know that I would commit myself to that.
Yeah, I think that's absurd. I mean, clearly, like you have
Why is that absurd?
You have a burning building. You have your child in the house. If you know that there's a good possibility that if you go in there, you might die, and you and your child might die. But as a parent, right, we would find a parent blameworthy if they didn't at least go and attempt to try and save their child. Do you disagree?
I definitely disagree with that. I don't think that there's like a burning building. They're like probably gonna unalive. Okay, great, yeah. They're like probably gonna unalive. Do I expect them to run into a building to like save their child, which probably isn't gonna work yet? No, probably not. No.
Okay. I mean, let me give you a different scenario,
Also, by the way, I'm 18, just so we're clear.
Yeah, I mean, let me think. Okay, you say you're a Christian, right?
Yeah, I'm a Christian.
Okay. I don't know. I might give you a biblical example of this, where this happens. Maybe not. I mean, okay, I guess the first thing we just disagree is I do think it depends on the scenario. Like, I think a parent should at least try to do everything that they can to save their child, especially when, like, for example, if your child needed, a life-saving surgery, and you're the only donor, and you undergoing surgery might risk your own life. I think that a good parent would actually undergo a surgery to save their child. I think that's just pretty.
In Oregon, Yeah, I probably agree with you if it's an organ that's not going to unalive them. I would say it would be virtuous for them to give the organ even if they would unalive, but I don't think I would say it's immoral for them to not. Maybe I would. I just haven't been convinced of that position yet.
Okay. I mean, only thing we could really do is I could just try to intuition pump, but okay. I mean, okay, that's just something that we disagree with. That's just one of the angles that I would go with. Is that I think parents have certain obligations to their children, such that if the parent's life was in danger, they still should risk their lives for their children up to a certain age, of course.
I mean, do you have an argument for that?
I mean, this would just follow from like natural law theory.
Wait, up to a certain age. What does that mean? Like once the child's like 18, they no longer have that obligation?
I don't have a particular age, but we do know that obligations do tend to change. When, like, for example, if my child is married and he has his own, family, and I still have to care for my wife. So I mean, I might have certain, like, some of the obligations I have to my children. It's typically change throughout, our life. I'm still their father, right? But like, the Bible says, a man and a woman should, leave their father and their mother, and
well, I
they
think
should
it
find their
changes.
spouse.
I think like obligations can be voided if there's some morally relevant difference. But like, okay, like you say, yeah, like my son turned 18, my son turned 19, my son. Okay, well, I don't see where the morally relevant distinction is there as to why the obligation would be voided.
Well, I don't think it has to do with age. I think it's kind of hard to explain. Like, I mean, if you think about the way in which Scripture talks about how we ought to leave our parents and we ought to start our own families. Like, for example, as a child, you have certain obligations to your parents. Honor thy mother and thy father. Okay. But once you get married, some of your priorities have changed, right? You have other obligations to other people, right? And so if my child was to leave the house, become his own man, provide for himself, and have his own family, right? Well, obviously, some of the obligations that I had to my child might not still be present. That's basically what I'm trying to say.
Hey, you could just like come up with a scenario where there's like this family tree, let's say like 5 mothers and fathers, and one of their children grows up, has a family, whatever, and then they have like 2 more children, and all the children in the family tree are like 6 years old or whatever, and you have to like unalive one of them. I wouldn't know which one to unalive, like, or you wouldn't know which one to unalive, presumably, if they all have the same like living situation or family situation or whatever. Let's even stipulate that they all have the same amount of time like left to live or whatever. Like, do you think that you'd be able to decide there?
I don't think. I mean, if it's not in self-defense, it would be immoral to kill anyone.
Okay, yeah. Let's just say that all the fathers of all these families are like out having dinner, and there's 5, gunmen, and they point a pew pew at each one of the fathers, and they say, yeah, one of you has to, like sacrifice your life or whatever. Which one do you think should sacrifice their life?
Listen, I mean, that scenario is kind of weird. I'm not really understanding. Okay, so there's 5.
They all have the same obligations, but there's a parental link. So one of them is the father. What's it called? One of them's the father to another one, who's the father to another one, who's the father to another one.
Wait.
So look here. I'll make it a little bit more simple. So there's like this dude named Josh and this mother named Jessica, right? And they have a child, right? And then that child grows up, has his own family, and then at the same time that the child has his family, that those parents create 2 more children, okay? And so on and so on. They all have the same amount of children, and they all have the same amount of time left to live, okay? Which one would you say? Because eventually the parental link would end. There would only be one person that's the father at the top. That's the father to one, that's a father to another. So would you say that the person who like is the father to them all or whatever would be the one who should unalive, or what?
He's not a father to them all. He's like a grandfather to like the.
Yeah, you know what I mean. He starts the parental link.
Well, I mean, the grandparents I mean, I think there is less the obligations kind of do change when you're a grandparent, when you have a child, since there's like a proximity there. I think so. I mean, I don't know. The situation is kind of weird. I would have to think about that. I don't know if the grandfather has the same obligation. I mean, maybe if the children are children, and then his son is just an adult, then that might play some role into what the grandfather's
No, they
obligations
all
are.
have the same obligations with respect to children and wives. They all have this exact same obligations. The only difference is that one of them's a grandfather, one of them's a great-great-grandfather, one of them's a father, one of them's whatever, and that keeps going for 5 generations, okay? And then eventually there's one who's the father who started the family chain.
Okay,
They all have the same obligations aside from that. Would you say that the father who started this family chain would then be the one who's required to give his life, or what?
give his life for who?
For the other 4. So, okay, look, there's 5. One of them has to take their life, or like sacrifice their life for the other 4 to live. And they all have the same obligations aside from the parental obligation.
So the first person in the causal link has like a son, a grandson, and a great grandson, basically.
And then a great-great-grandson and a great-great-great-grandson.
And you're asking whether
and they're all alive, and they're all gonna unalive in the same amount of time. Yeah.
And then you're asking whether the first father in the chain has an obligation to do what?
To give his life for the other 4.
I mean, if he like each individual could give their life, or it's only decided by the grandfather.
Everyone, each one of them can give their life. Or actually, no, let's say the shooter has to decide, and you say, okay, what would be like, obviously it would be morally impermissible for him to unalive any of them, but they're going to unalive one. What would you say would be like more permissible, or which one of them should give their life?
I mean, since the grandfather is but you said they had the equal, like, I think the scenario is probably, I mean, if you say they all also have an equal chance of living the same exact time, like that's, I mean, presumably if you're the 4th grandfather, great-great-great-grandfather, then you would be like 90 years old or something.
But it's logically possible for them to all unalive in the same amount of time, right?
Yeah.
The hypothetical is valid.
I don't know. I mean, if killing an elderly person seems much more grave than killing like someone that's like 30 years old. I think it would be virtuous if anyone risked their lives and volunteered.
Yeah, which one do you think would be the most morally permissible?
Yeah, I'm undetermined about that. I would just add that.
Well,
I think
even saying you're undetermined then shows that the parental obligation doesn't hold there.
No, it doesn't.
Well, no, it does, because if you want to say that the parental obligation is the type of thing that's relevant, then you would instantly say, yeah, the person who started the parental chain should take their life. But because you're not saying that, it shows that that parental is then kind of irrelevant, or at least irrelevant.
I don't think the parental obligation is like is linked or chain. Like there isn't a greater parental obligation the further back at the chain you have. That's not even just like that's not how the metaphysics works.
Okay. So you'd say they all have an equal obligation to give their life, except for the one who hasn't yet started the next chain or whatever.
Well, I'm saying that the obligation isn't. It's like there. It doesn't grow insofar as like you have more. You have your offspring have offspring or something like that. That's just not how.
Well, no. The reason it would be is because look, okay, so you have a child, right, and you're obligated to that child, but then that child has a child, well, and then they're obligated to that child, right? Okay, well, then the issue there is that they both obtain some parental obligation. You would say that their parental obligations are equivalent?
To who?
to each other. So like I had a child and then that child had a child. So like all those people would all have the same obligation except for the youngest one who would have less
Well,
of an
I'm
obligation because they
saying,
don't hold the parental
well,
obligation.
okay, if we're just assuming that like the child, they're all like underage, because I remember I do think it changes depending on like the life scenario that you're in.
They're
But
all
like,
in the same exact life scenario.
but like for example, if I'm a father, okay, I have a certain obligation to my child, okay, and if my child has a child, he has that same obligation that I have for him that he has for his son, okay, but my obligation to my great grandchild might be slightly different. I don't know the exact. I don't know the inner workings. The family is kind of dynamic, but I do have obviously some kind of obligation to my grandchild, being a grandfather. But I don't know if it's the exact same obligation. It's not the exact same obligation I have that I would have for my child. That's what I'm saying. The scenario is kind of weird.
Okay, what if like there's a father, like two single fathers, one of them has two children, one of them has three children, and then like whichever one gets unalived, or like whichever one gets unalived can't care for the children and the children are alive. You'd say the one with like the three children is more relevant, right?
Bro, you talk too fast.
Sorry. Okay, so there's like a father and then there's another father. They're both single fathers. One has two children, one has three.
One has
And
three.
one of
Okay.
them unalive. So you'd say that the one with the two children should unalive, or at least that would be like a better situation or whatever.
I mean, you're basically saying, would it be better if the father with three children were to unalive himself, or the father with two children were to unalive himself?
Yeah, that's fine.
I mean, I think you can look at deontologically speaking, it's equal. But I mean, if you want to just consider it in terms of like utility.
Wait, how are they equal how are they equal? Do you not think that like bearing like two parental obligations would be more relevant than bearing one?
Okay, well, I'm thinking about just the mere fact that you're unalived yourself. That's what's equal. The both unaliving is equal. Now, whether you forfeit, like, okay, obviously, if you unalive yourself when you have three kids, then you are committing more sin. I would say like you are sinning against more people. So
Wait,
in that
what?
sense,
How are you sinning? What? How are you sinning there? That doesn't make any sense.
you don't think unaliving yourself is a sin?
Okay. Well, the original stipulation, you kind of spoke that into existence, and I was like, yeah, that's fine. But the original stipulation was just that one of them unalives. Just one of them, like, they just unalive. They don't unalive themselves, whatever. Just they unalive. And I don't see, like, yeah, unaliving yourself is sinful, but then unaliving yourself and having two kids, how is that less sinful than unaliving yourself while having three kids? That doesn't make any sense.
Well, because it's like think about it. For example, if I were to neglect, it's more wrong to neglect three people than it is to neglect two.
I don't know that you're like neglecting them. Do you agree
if
that
you
like
unalive yourself, you're depriving.
Hold on. Do you agree that neglecting someone necessitates like intentionality or no? Like, do you think you have to neglect someone? You have to intentionally neglect them, or you can neglect someone?
You can neglect someone without having that neglect as a primary object of your intention. Like, for example, if I drink and I drive and I don't intend to kill anyone or unalive anyone, by driving, but then like I like crash because of my drunkenness, and someone else is unalived as a result. I don't intend their death as a primary object of my will, but as a result of my own negligence, right? And when someone unalives themselves, I'm pretty sure they do consider, and if they have children, they probably do consider the fact that what they're doing might affect their children. So it might actually be in his own, and it might like it's not like he's just like he's not aware that his own actions might affect his child. But I do think that it is neglect. If you deprive your child of his father or his mother that they rightfully deserve to have, then yes, that is definitely neglect.
I
Yeah,
kind
we
of think that we're like hitting a wall here. I don't
Okay.
know if you guys feel like you're making progress or not.
I mean, if you want to move on, that's fine. But yeah.
yeah, I mean, if if you want to move on, that's fine. But yeah, I mean, I don't think it's that bad.
Well, I guess that's subjective, but Scholar, I do appreciate you coming up here. You're welcome to come back anytime. But yeah, Chase, Benji,
Yo,
how's it going?
good. How are you?
Good.
Just saw. Wait, are you? So this is like an abolitionist lab, or just?
It's chicken. This is my other account.
Yeah. Oh, see, I never saw you face cam. So
Oh yeah, this is my other account.
yeah, literally W though. I literally only know you from like when you'd be in the comment section of my lives, low key. Because I never actually. I hardly scroll into lives. But W.
Oh, True Joy. Wait, you and Chicken are the same person? You know what? Let's get a ban on this guy.
That's right. Ban him right now.
I think I disagree with the abolitionist movement.
Yeah, you probably would. Are you a Catholic?
Yeah.
Yeah. So you would probably disagree just I guess dogmatically, because we would be sola scriptura. We do get our position from scripture. Now our actual goal is to establish equal human rights and equal justice. So would you say you would disagree with that?
I think that is like the end goal I have. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. So you would be more like incremental. So you would be okay with taking steps to get to equal human rights and equal justice?
Yeah.
Got it. Okay.
I
Sorry,
think
that was kind of loud.
I think I understand the position. I just think that I mean, I don't know if you agree, but like if someone were to pass a bill where
Mhm.
so like I think there's a difference between permitting an abortion, like it's written in law that an abortion is permitted up to a particular point,
Mhm.
and just passing a law that outlaws abortions at a point. Right? I think those are like two different things. Do you understand what I'm trying to get at there?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I would just say that the lawmakers would just be putting forth unequal weights and measures. So they would be the ones who would be disobeying when it comes to God's law. Because we are to not murder anybody. So when we are putting regulations on this act of child sacrifice, like we just don't see a prescription of that in scripture anywhere.
I mean, I don't even know if this is necessarily sola scriptura. This seems more like a strict biblicist.
No, because we didn't know, because so sola scriptura is, so the scripture is the sole infallible authority, like it's the only infallible rule, but we don't negate any like church fathers, church history, or anything like that, but we will put it up against scripture to make sure it aligns. So
well, I'm saying so you think just because something is not present in scripture, that means that you can't implement it into law?
So essentially, yeah, because if the principle isn't there, why would we don't get to add or take away from God's law?
I mean, do you think that you can do you believe in like a moral law?
What do you mean?
Like, do you believe that like there are things that are right or wrong that can't necessarily be deduced by good and necessary consequence from scripture?
Like, give me an example.
I gotta think of one. I mean, like, for example, there might be certain obligations. I mean, for example, okay, you can do like littering or something, or like dumping
Okay.
waste into like natural, like
Mm-hmm.
I think it would be a sin if I were just to like take my motor oil and like dump it in like, I don't know, in like nature or something. I think that
Okay.
would be sinful.
Yeah,
Yeah,
that
because
would
you've
not
been
be
given
loving your
dominion.
neighbor. Yeah,
Yeah,
you've
Well,
been
how,
given. Yeah,
doing
you've been
things
given
in vain.
dominion over this earth. Go ahead, Logan. True Jay, go
is
ahead.
Logan there?
Sorry, yeah, there's only one lawmaker, right? And his name is Jesus. So man isn't permitted to create laws, right? So it would be vain to just take motor oil and dump it, right? And also, we've been given a command to go and take dominion over the earth, meaning to protect it and bring it nourishment. Sorry. So, yeah, I would say that if there's not a principle that we see in Scripture, then we shouldn't be adding to it by creating, like, I don't know, seatbelt laws, speed limit laws, right?
Well, you
As an
don't agree that
example.
there should be speed limit laws?
No, I don't think the government should be creating those things. I think those things should be regulated by the individual who owns the land.
I mean, clearly you can clearly deduce from scripture like some of those principles. Like if I were to speed in this particular area or not use turn signals, or like speed in the school zone, for example, like clearly that, disregards the good of my neighbor, right?
Yeah, I don't think the government should be implementing those things. Those things should be ran by the collective. Right?
What do you think?
Whoever owns the land in that area, right? The government isn't permitted by God to create laws like this.
Okay, I mean, that's just a weird position, but okay. All right. It's 1:00. God bless you guys.
God bless, Scholar. Have a good night. Bye, Chase. Have a good night.
Wild. Yeah, the cross is folly to those who are perishing.
I was so stressed out about that box.
What happened with the box? I paid $10 for that box. Did something happen?
She kept telling me to hit the box, and I'm like, okay. So I would hit the box, and it's like unlocks in 5 minutes, and I was like, I can't do anything.
What did I win?
I won.
Wait, I paid $10 for that.
Thank you. I guess I don't know.
Yeah, it was you. It's what you did was you gifted a super fan subscription. That's what you did.
What? See, this is why man doesn't make laws. That was for me.
Oh my goodness.
Wait, so you're the super fan?
Yeah, Virtue is the super fan for Womb Warrior.
This is anarchy. I don't even like her.
This is anarchy. Oh my gosh.
What are you?
My feelings are hurt.
Can we have your emu for Thanksgiving this year?
Ew, no.
What is that? Ew, it's a giant bird.
So?
Yo.
Doctor, how old are you?
I'm 36. I just had a birthday.
Oh, happy birthday.
Thanks.
Are you a Christian?
No.
April.
No.
1990.
Nope. Should I be?
Okay. What are your thoughts
on the slave of Christ?
Oh, is that what he said?
Yeah.
Oh yeah, I think that's like a weird bio, bro.
Why?
Why would being a slave to anything be good? Why would Jesus want you to be a slave?
Yeah, in Scripture, there's a distinction between two types of people: those who are slaves to their flesh or sin, and those who are slaves to Christ.
What is your definition of a slave?
One who is following after or in submission to an authority.
Following after or in submission to an authority. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, I mean, I guess that's okay. I guess mostly I'm coming up here to ask, like, How do you guys handle like the self-defense principle as abolitionists?
Yeah, we're fine with the self-defense principle. It's in scripture.
Okay, so like in the life of the mother scenario, how do you handle that?
Yeah, I would ask for discernment, right? We would have doctors provide care for both the mother and the child. But at no point are we going to authorize some sort of like go into the womb, rip the child apart in order to save the mother's
Okay,
life.
so you just basically take the position that it's like never medically necessary to perform an abortion. Is that correct?
I don't think there is such a thing.
No. Okay, I was giving this example in the comments. Like, do you know of like what like multi-parity? Do you know what that means?
No.
No. Okay, it means that you have multiple fetuses gestating inside of you. In a multi-parity scenario, you could have compression of a very large vessel called the IVC. And if there's more than one, right, fetus inside of you, you could alleviate that pressure on the IVC by lethally killing one of the fetuses, right? I guess that's redundant.
Why would you do that? Why not just induce labor?
Because if it's preterm, right, then however many other fetuses besides the one that you would kill to relieve the pressure, they will also die.
Yeah, you don't see that.
How do you handle
to
this?
Sacrifice one child's life.
Sorry.
Over the
What was
other.
that?
You don't find that to be immoral to sacrifice one child's life over another? What do you do? Just play rock, paper, scissors or Russian roulette?
Look, the question was posed to you.
Do you do like eeny, meeny, miny, mo?
True Joy, the question was posed to you.
From its toe? I don't know. Like, I don't know how
Why are you dodging the question and asking me questions?
I'm asking you. What you don't find that to be immoral to rip one child apart to save another child?
No, I think that, especially in the case where like one child may not make it through fully to development, which typically in the case where there's that much compression that it compresses the IVC, there's usually going to be a candidate fetus that you would assume is not going to make it through full gestation. And in that scenario, I think it would be morally permissible, certainly, to take the life of that fetus, right?
So it's morally permissible to commit murder.
Why is this murder? Define
you're
murder.
Going into the womb and ripping the child apart.
Sorry, so your definition of murder is going into a womb and ripping a child apart?
Well, I'm just describing an abortion.
I asked you for your definition of murder.
Unjust taking of human life.
Unjust taking. So do you think that would be justified to kill one of the fetuses to save the other fetuses and the mother?
I don't think there's ever a time where we have to go into the womb and rip children apart.
This is a dodge. Answer the question.
Not a dodge. I don't think that's how you would conduct such a
What
procedure.
alternative is there to this?
To just induce labor and lose both children.
So you're saying kill both the children?
Yeah.
Are you fucking stupid?
Sure.
Dude, abolitionists, you guys are too easy. Like, this is just like...
I don't see how you're taking the position of ripping a child apart. How do you choose which one you...
I'm saying in the case...
Can you tell me which one you choose? How do you know?
Yeah, the one with the least probability of making it through full gestation.
How do you know that?
How would you know that?
Mm-hmm.
You could look at their developmental patterns. You could look at, like, fetal stress tests, things of that nature.
Okay, so just some kind of like arbitrary standard, and we're gonna go, okay, this one looks like it may not make it, so I'm gonna rip it apart.
Arbitrary standard. Do you think medical sciences are arbitrary standards?
Yeah, I think that would be arbitrary the way that we're going about
medical sciences are arbitrary standards.
Only Logan what?
True Joy, listen, slave.
Only Logan
medical
what?
Sciences, I want you to say that these are arbitrary standards. Go ahead.
Only Logan what?
Why are you not engaging anymore?
Stop talking. Virtue.
What do you mean?
We need to have a prayer square around Logan.
I don't know who Logan is, but I don't know why True Joy is dodging.
It's True Joy. No, I said only Logan because when he asked you, so kill both of them, you said sure.
Yeah. I mean, I guess we should pray for Logan, I suppose.
Well, yeah, I'd rather...
Wait, Logan, are you the guy that said you would commit their child after a grape scenario to carrying to term? Are you the same guy?
I would make what?
Are
What did
you
I
like the
say?
pastor? Are you like the TikTok pastor that like said they would make their 12-year-old child like carry a great baby to term?
Yes.
Nice.
Which
Well,
Logan, I don't think you really meant that. I don't think you actually like heard the question. Just so we're clear. I don't want you to think that I actually think you would do that.
this is embarrassing, Logan.
Wait, what did he, what? Hold on. Am I losing my mind? Am I not? What did
Why are
you
you
ask?
stuttering?
Because I have a cold and I'm trying to understand
You have
what
a
was just
cold.
said.
You can't
What did
understand
you
what I just
ask?
said.
What did you ask?
I asked, would you make your 12-year-old child carry a grape baby to term?
Yes. I'm not going to abort my grandchild just because of how they were conceived.
Okay. So explain to me again, like how
Why
you
is that
uphold the
funny?
self-defense principle.
Why is that funny? Am I not called as a man to
I
protect my
asked you a
grandchildren?
question. I asked
Hold
you a
on. Why?
question.
Yeah. Why
Slave,
is
I
that
asked you a
funny?
question.
Yeah, I don't find it funny, or I find it to be.
Why is
Hold on. Pause. You don't get a right
why
to
are
talk.
mods spam
You
muting
don't
me
get
when
it.
I'm cooking,
There you
Logan?
go. No, it's not mods, it's me. I'm not going to let you laugh at me and tell me that, like, what a man is. So I would take it to be that if it's my child who's been violated in this way, I'm not going to allow her to go and unalive her child, create more atrocity, which is my grandchild. Right? I'm not going to do that. I'm going to teach my daughter and everyone else around me in my community to see this and go, okay, this child is worthy of life, regardless of how they were conceived. And that's a beautiful thing. We don't just rip children apart because they were conceived inappropriately. No, I'm not a runner. I'm just not going to constantly try to talk over you, especially while I have a cold. We weren't done, slave? I think we're done. I don't have any time for people like you. Did I say something wrong? Is there a reason virtue's like only Logan?
Probably when you said to kill both.
It was more of a joke than anything.
No.
Yeah.
I'm gonna give it as much time as possible, and if it comes to the point,
Yeah, of course.
that I have to induce labor, I'm not gonna rip one of my children apart simply.
Yeah, but
because-
you're not murdering them though. You're taking them out and they tragically die naturally.
Did I say murder them? I apologize.
Well, he did. He asked the question and laid it out in that
Oh,
format.
that
and
you would kill one, yeah,
yeah.
or you would kill both of them in the process. I mean, sure, they're going to die if I have to induce labor. Unfortunately.
Yeah, Mike, I'm not pro-choice. It's chicken. This is my other account.
Hey,
Wait,
this
this is
makes more
chicken?
sense. Yeah. When I first read that, I was like, wait a second. Someone that's pro-choice and a Christian, like, oh no. if you're an abolitionist, like I get it. Like I'm not gonna, but like yeah. And thank you for always being like so gracious and respectful. Like you're a
I hate
good
you, Mike.
example for like all the communities, and True Joy is too. Obviously, like
I hope you die, Mike.
wait a second now.
Logan!
He's going to die one
Oh
day.
my gosh.
We can disagree.
See, only
We can
Logan. Only Logan.
only
I-
Logan, but we
I
can
stand
disagree
behind
on.
what I
But
said.
but
Can we
Logan's
put
always
W
been
death in the
gracious.
comments?
So
Just put a bunch of skulls in the comments.
No.
Y'all told me to have
Logan.
rhetoric.
Oh, Logan. Oh,
Dang
you.
it.
I got a violation. I have to remove you.
yeah.
Oh my
yeah, I don't want to.
goodness.
I'm not gonna like. My goal isn't to necessarily argue against abolitionists. Like ultimately, I have the same goal at the end. Like obviously that abortion becomes unthinkable. So my goal is into it. Obviously, I'll take the challenge if I'm forced to. But if you're not pro-choice, then I didn't know you were chicken. If I'd known that.
Yeah.
My ultimate goal is to not necessarily like start things necessarily between like pro-lifers and abolitionists. My goal is ultimately to try to get to the goal to where abortion becomes unthinkable and that we look at things differently, and so long as there's that, then I'm okay with that.
Yeah, I think there is a misconception of what the abolitionist goal is, because our goal is to, one, glorify God in everything that we do, but two, when it comes legally, is we want to establish equal human rights and then equal justice. So all human beings from the moment of fertilization will have, that inherent right to not be murdered. And then that would also protect our neighbors in IVF. So that would protect them from being abused and murdered as well. So all human beings. And then when somebody does commit this act of murder through abortion, there's going to be justice for that preborn child. So that is what we're seeking. So we know that, self-medicated abortions or DIY, however, will still happen. But if it does happen, there would be justice for that child with everybody who's involved. But another thing, too, is with the abolitionist movement is because we are engaged locally, like in our local congregations and our community, we're putting, a fire under the church to step up and do what they are supposed to be doing. So it's just, there's so many turning wheels with the abolitionist movement that I think gets overlooked.
Yeah, that's fair too. Like, I agree. Like, the church needs to do more. I'm kind of sick of the idea that sometimes these churches play loose and fast with the idea they don't want to offend anyone, so they won't speak out against the issue. Ultimately, I think I have the same goal in mind, that I don't want to see abortion. One of the things that concerns me is how much the abortion pill has taken over, and unfortunately, because of the restrictions that the Biden administration levied, now we see 60% of abortions taking place from that. And so I'm definitely concerned by that. I'm definitely concerned for that, not only just for abortion, but also for the women, that are that they're not aware of the dangers that are associated. For those,
Sure. I would just say that would be a result of you murdering. There's risk to that. If somebody's holding a knife and they are on their way to murder somebody and they fall on that knife and they, hurt themselves. I mean, they were on their way to murder. So it's it's just a part of it. It's
I'm
these
not saying that
women
we
want
should
to
take.
murder. You know what I mean? They want to
Yeah, I'm
murder
not
so
saying we should
badly.
take. I'm not saying that I think that we should allow force for it so that it becomes safer. We find another way to do safer abortions. What I'm
Yeah.
saying is that, though, not only is them making abortion now more permissive, causing more abortions to happen. We've seen the greatest increase in this, but also it's not safe for women. Women need to know that not only is it wrong, but it's also not safe for them. For those that are in the comments, no, I'm not an abolitionist. I am pro-life. So we have some disagreements there, in criminalism versus, as far as a negotist, but that doesn't mean that there aren't similarities between our ultimate goals. We might have different ways of getting there, but that doesn't mean that we don't differ in the idea. At least a majority of us, I think. There are some, obviously, that may have different stances, but that's at least what I would say.
Yeah.
Lord Jesus, please make Mike a Protestant again. Thank you.
No,
In
that
Jesus'
won't
name.
happen.
Was
In
he
Jesus'
a
name.
Protestant? Was he a
I
Protestant
was a
before?
Protestant at one point. Yeah, I was
Okay.
Baptist.
I gotcha.
Yeah, but
Okay.
I would.
He was probably Pentecostal. He's lying.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah, and that's so funny to say. Oh, well,
A
you're simping for
Pentecostal
abolitionists.
Baptist.
I don't think anyone. That's so funny to see the comments. Oh, you're simping for abolitionists. Seriously, I have been not afraid to debate either side, pro-choice, abolitionist. But my ultimate goal isn't to just throw flames and to just get into petty. I want to try to see common side, and I do this even with pro-choicers. I try to reason with them as well. So that's just weird.
Yeah, I actually, so when I do my lives, I target pro-life Christians. That's who I want to talk to. Like if a pro-choicer comes up, cool. But I want to talk to the Christian. I want to talk to the pro-lifers. Like that's who I speak with because I do have a deep conviction for abolitionism, that it is, the correct position for Christians to have. And that's why when I do my lives, I am targeting Christians to talk to.
I think that you like of all the people that are doing this, like that are targeting it, I think that you do a very good job of being charitable, and I respect that. My
Thank you.
ultimate goal is not necessarily to target abolitionists. My ultimate goal is to target the pro-choicer. Just sometimes it just happens to be that abolitionists are sometimes those, and I don't put you in the same category as there are some abolitionists that I do find harmful. Those that would like say things like Catholics are going to hell, and some of the stuff that I saw at the March for Life that was very discouraging.
Yeah, I would say I don't think anybody should make salvific claims. I will say like the dogmatic views of the Catholic Church aren't saving teachings, but I'm not going to say that there aren't saved individuals within Catholic and EO. Like I just don't hold that belief. I think there is. You know what I mean?
Mike's
So,
not one of them though.
oh my God, Logan.
Yeah,
What?
so like
Y'all asked me to have more rhetoric. I'm
yeah, so
trying.
like I think that I think my only issue is that I think that if we are necessarily like even under yours, and like I can respect like you have your view, but like if we're targeting each other for like this, like either incremental sense or like just in a sense of like us, then we're losing focus on the main focus, which should be making it to the fact that abortion becomes unthinkable, so that the pro-choicer doesn't think that this is okay. As long as we're going against each other, I mean that's just a victory for a pro-choice.
Well, the thing is pro-choicers and pro-lifers are rejoicing when abolition bills don't even get heard. So I think that's a bigger issue, that there's not enough Christians saying that this needs to end immediately.
Yeah, I don't think I don't think that necessarily. Well, maybe there are some, right? I wouldn't say necessarily that I would ever rejoice if like an abolitionist bill, depending on the bill. Like I don't want a bill
Sure.
that states that women have to self-sacrifice. Like I think that would be extreme. Like I don't want to see a
Well,
bill like that.
have you ever read an abolition bill before?
Well, I think there's variations of it. So if there is a bill that preserves also the mother, like the idea in those life-saving preservation, both lives are taken into account, and you're trying to preserve both lives, I could be okay with. I think that's
Yeah,
legitimate.
all abolition bills are written by the same are written by the same people, the same group. So all abolition bills look exactly the same because they're written by Foundation to Abolish Abortion
Well,
and Bradley Pierce.
and then I also would say though you have to look at there's variations of abolitionists and their stances, and there's the Norman abolitionists. Like in some of their stances, like
Well, that's who writes Foundation to Abolish Abortion do adhere to the Norman Statement, and those are who are writing our laws, and the laws that you are saying that you would agree with are what our laws say.
Well, I mean, I think obviously it's going to depend on like exactly what's in those particular bills per se.
Yeah, I
But
helped
if
write one, and I will tell you what it says.
yeah, I mean, like if you're including exceptions for not exceptions in the
It's
sense
not
of,
it's not an
yeah, not
exception.
exceptions in the
So,
sense of like
mhm.
I'm thinking that like well you can go in and like somehow like the medical, some of the abortions that are done now, like as you see, like it's targeted towards the child. It's not targeted towards medical care for both. Those are not
Right,
acceptable under my view. The
right.
procedures that might try to preserve both lives, I can get on board with. I can't get on board with anything that's targeted towards the child. So
Yeah.
Why
So
are my mod
abolition
powers?
bills.
Why are
What?
my mod powers are so flamboyant? Like you gave me bare minimum.
No, you have everything, but you got a restriction, so maybe that's something.
Oh, you think?
Yeah, I don't know,
Dang
because
it,
you
man.
have all mod. But so yeah, the abolition bills, they're very simple, they're straightforward. So an abolition bill says human beings from the moment of fertilization, Imago Dei, are equal humans. And then it says that abortion would be redefined as the act of murder on a preborn child. And then when that murder is committed, there's justice for that human as well, as if they were outside of the womb. And then now in our specific state, I'm in Tennessee, they had to amend that pregnant women are exempt from committing abortions and seeking abortions. They're exempt from any sort of culpability. So we amended that, and then it said that the doctor must do everything possible to treat both patients with what they have available. So they are not to just go in, kill the child. They are to treat the patients equally. And that bakes in the self-defense principle. So, it's just baked in.
That's fair. That's fair. Yeah. And
Yeah, and
like I said, I don't
that's
wanna
the
strawman
so
your-
that bill. Well,
Yeah.
so that bill in Tennessee, we presented it in February. March is when it went to a vote to be heard, just to be heard. We had sponsors, we had everything. And we even called our legislators and were like, listen, this is exactly what the bill is saying. It's very straightforward, very blunt. And then when the vote came, all of the pro-life Republicans, all of the mainstream pro-lifers, I'm not talking about TikTok, chronically online pro-lifers, the mainstream pro-lifers, they do not agree, and they all voted no to listen to the bill, to even hear the bill.
Wait,
And the
but
pro-lifers
are
and the
you saying pro-life, like as far as
yes, like the mainstream pro-lifers, like the mainstream,
Like Kristen Hawkins.
So right to life,
that's
yeah.
Leah's
So
best friend.
right to life, Citizens for Life, let me see, Citizens for Life, Right to Life, Students for Life, because our Tennessee Right to Life, they had a conversation with one of our sponsors, and right after that conversation, he dropped his sponsorship from our bill.
Okay, my only concern though is like some of the groups that you're labeling, like the pro-life organizations. You do understand that there is a segment of abolitionists that have been very, very hostile towards pro-lifers, and
that's not
some
my
office-
problem though,
I'm not
because
saying- I'm not saying it is. What I'm saying
Yeah.
is that if you have a group that's been very hostile, and some of the language that comes across that doesn't even try to look like it's even trying to present it in the light like what we just talked about, that could where it would to the general public, because some of these states, Tennessee is a much more conservative state than if you're presenting this in like California or New
Well,
York
sure,
or some of the
but
others.
pro-lifers still did not agree
it's not pro-choice
to
stuff there.
establish.
So
The pro-life still did not agree
how do you answer
to
that
establish
in a-
equal human rights and equal justice.
So how do
That's
you
what
deal
I'm
with a
saying.
state though? How would you deal with a state like California, New York? Let's just say we had a bill that would like remove and make abortion and just remove abortion pills altogether and like just get rid of
Okay.
them, which account for I think right now about 60% of abortions.
Hmm.
It may not eliminate all abortions, but it's going to vastly decrease the amount of abortions that are happening. You're not
Well, you
getting
can't
everything out of that, but at least
Well,
you're
you
getting
can't
that.
remove you can't make the abortion pill illegal because it's used for actual like full-term induction.
But in a possible
So
world,
like
well,
that's what I'm
but in
saying.
a
Like,
possible world, I'm just saying, like in a
Mhm.
possible world where you could get rid of it, or at least make
Okay.
it to where it's only can be like right now. Unfortunately, under
Mhm.
Biden, he was able to get it to where now it's basically by order, which is terrible. Like at least it used to be. I'm not saying it's a good thing. I don't think that it should be available at all. But at the very least, it used to be like you had to go to a doctor to get it. And now they can just ship it by mail. It's absolutely terrible that this even exists. I would
Yeah.
want to at least
Yeah, I
reverse
agree.
that. By me
Mhm.
reversing that, I'm not saying that I think that they should be done at all. But I want to at least get rid of the legal, like what they pushed it to, so that at least it becomes much more restrictive than it is now. Because right now it's out of control.
Well, sure, because there are other laws that are protecting doctors from out of state, because it's supposedly illegal in my state, the abortion pill. But since Roe v. Wade was overturned in 2022 and our trigger ban went into law, 750 self-managed abortions happen every single month since 2022. And that's just being charitable for the people who actually reported it, you know?
Yeah, 100%.
And the pill is illegal in my state, but there are laws that protect out of state doctors to send it to our state. So like putting a ban on the pill essentially, or like more restrictions on the pill, is still not getting, like, there's still no justice for the murdered children. Like, we're just,
But
do
at
you
the
see what I'm
very
saying? Like,
least, you're at least removing that from being the issue that it is. And you have to understand, like, we don't, as much as I love to wave a magic wand and make it to where the point that we live in a society that I want us to get there. Trust me, I do. It's crazy to me that we're not at a place right now that I think if anything, societies are going to look at us in the future, and they're going to look at us the same way that they did with like those that were okay with slavery. I think it's going to come down to. But
yeah,
I think that
and I
you
can
have to
agree
get
to
there.
all of that. But the thing is as Christians, our number one goal is to obey Christ, obey his word. So through our obedience, will come blessing, but it's obviously on his time. So it's like we should always strive to be obedient. Now, if we are doing something good, absent obedience, are we actually doing something good? It's more of a rhetorical question, just something to think about. You don't have to answer it, but that's just where I'm going with
that's
that.
fair. Yeah, like I definitely am not like looking for like a huge a concession either way. Like, in this is just things. But I would just say this to you as well. Well, look at it from this perspective of God when he wanted to bring. A lot of people like bring this up as a criticism of Christianity and some of the things that were permitted in the Old Testament, right? That's what you'll hear as a Christian of God, like, how could he allow for this? A lot of the things that he allowed, per se, what he allowed, not that he favored, not that he was like but he tolerated certain things because he realized that that some of the people that he was dealing with were not exactly the greatest moral characters. So he allowed for them to build in virtue. And to a certain extent, that's what we have to understand today, is that, one, we're not in a theocracy. Like, we have to deal with the system we have. It is and then we have to deal with the fact that we need to help people to become more virtuous in certain ways. It may not be immediately. It may take time, but pro-life doesn't mean, at least from my perspective, it doesn't mean that any of us say, oh, well, we're good with any abortions happen. Far from it. But what we're trying to say is that if we can get rid of any of them, that doesn't mean that we're endorsing those that stay. We want to remove the ones that we can. That's the biggest thing.
Sure. Yeah, and so when I'm criticizing pro-life, I'm literally criticizing mainstream, the pro-life isms. So like, pro-life is just a modge podge of different worldviews. So when different worldviews are, coming together, you can't really like where are you going? Like, you all disagree with abortion, but everybody has a different reason as to why. So it's like, that would be one of my criticisms of just like mainstream pro-life, to be absent of God. We know that abortion is a sin issue, and with sin needs the gospel. And so this is what abolitionists are doing. So in Tennessee, every year you can present this bill. Every year we can present an abolitionist bill. So this time it was voted no to even hear it. So now what we're doing is we are getting back engaged it continued to stay engaged with our community. I go to local churches and I talk to the pastors about pro-lifism and abolitionism, which view is biblical, so that we are preparing our culture and our communities to be able to vote yes and tell our legislators vote yes on an abolition bill when it's presented again next year. So it's like we are preparing and we're constantly on the move. So because of our obedience doing the Great Commission, that's what we're worried about. We're more concerned with doing what God has told us to do.
I mean, obviously, there are theological differences. I don't consider.
Yeah.
I don't consider like if the ultimate goal of your action isn't to produce more evils, it's actually there's more good that's coming out. That your ultimate goal is, and I'm not saying the same sense of like you can do an action that's evil to just so some good can come out of it. That would be a different type of consideration. But I do take the principle of double effect St. Thomas Aquinas and like what he talks about there. And so we can disagree there. I'm okay with that. And like I said, I've had other conversations with some of the other abolitionists too recently. And so my ultimate goal isn't to just, I guess, end up in this war or slam each other. I just want us to get to the point to where at the very least that we have the same common goal in mind, that we should be at the very least working towards removing abortion as much as possible. But I'm not going to sit there and tell you that you can't.
What is the common goal?
Well, I think that ultimately, at least as I would say, is I think we both have a same common goal of making abortion unthinkable.
That's not our core goal, though.
Like,
By the way,
so
by the
you
way,
would say that
Michael,
you don't even want people to have in their heart, like, not the idea that abortion is even an option, like, not that they would consider it evil as well.
Well, of course I would want that. Of course I would want that. I don't think it's possible, though. I think that's God's judgment on our nation. I think He's instituted a heart of stone necessarily for the Imago Dei. And what we're doing is ripping ourselves apart in the process. By the way, I've had like 3 people text me asking if I'm doing okay because I'm being mean to you. I hope you don't think I'm really being mean.
No, Logan, promise you, I've never taken offense. I won't. Like we've had too many good conversations. Like I know that you're a passionate guy. I know Chicken, like same thing. Like we've had too many like good conversations. Like it's okay for us to disagree on this. There's pro-choicers in the comments that I don't have bad, I haven't had bad conversations with that we wholeheartedly disagree with. That's okay. Like I don't take offense to it at all.
You want to help me kidnap him? What if we just put all we could put all pro-choicers? Hear me out. Right?
We got to get a ban on this guy.
Put pro-choicers in a field, right?
We got to make you.
No.
We'll make them work.
Do this before he says anything bad. Yeah, Mike, do you want to just interpret Deuteronomy 16, 18 through 20 for me? Just so we have a good, clear understanding of what we're looking at.
Yeah, I'm not gonna honestly, I'm not gonna go through like every single scripture because I need to play Bible ping pong.
I just want the one. I'm only just doing the one. That's all I wanted. Because it's relevant to what you guys are talking about.
I think that there are certain texts that are relevant to those that were a part of God, like as far as Israel and as far as when a theocracy existed. We don't live in those times. We don't live in a theocracy. So we're not in the times to where like we can make, like Israel was governed in a theocracy. That's going to be the difference.
So you don't think that we as Christians are still beholden to what the law says? Because what would you say the point of the law is at this point in time?
I would say that as Christians, being the fact, again, that we don't live in a that it is up to us to try to come out with, to try to support the most virtuous laws that are possible based on what are available. I don't think we can sit on our hands and abstain from laws that would reduce the evils of our society. I think that is a terrible idea.
No, that's fine. I was more clarifying. Let me clarify what I meant then. I said, what do you think the point of the Mosaic Law is then at this point in time in society at the moment?
I think the moral laws apply to us. Again, like I said, but I
Yeah.
also think that trying to draw an appeal to like, well, because God commanded this, and specifically to the society that existed within Israel that was known at that point as a theocracy, even the judges that were appointed, even the kings that were appointed were part of a theocracy.
Mhm.
That's not the world that we live in today. So I think we have to understand that, and understand that if we sit around and wait for this government, this society, to just respond to every law that we might have as far as a theocracy,
Mhm.
then we risk the point of having an even more evil society because we stood by and allowed certain evils to exist when we could have stopped them.
Do you think that we're waiting for a society to become a theocracy again? Or do you think that we're trying to institute what God commands of us because it is necessarily a prescription for us as Christians to live by because this is God's eternal word,
I think it's
regardless of
perfectly.
the situation that it might have
perfectly
been given in?
fine to present legislation that you think that's going to help out with the situation, as so far as is. But when it comes down to, and there is certain legislation that if there's not an abolitionist bill on the table, but there is a pro-life bill on the table that's going to reduce abortions, and you abstain from it, or you say to your people, because just to be logically consistent, you would have to tell your abolitionists would have to abstain from voting.
Yeah,
because
and we would,
candidates,
because it's not necessarily because
like
we would say
the
that's not
candidates
biblical.
themselves, if they're not pro-life, you're technically voting for, or if they're not abolitionists, actually, not even pro-life,
Yeah,
but they would
and
have to be abolitionists under your view.
correct,
So
and
if
that's why I'm
if you
saying to
take
you
an
that
abolitionist, it means that you're going to tell every single candidate, I mean every single abolitionist, that they should not vote. So that means
yeah,
Kamala Harris would have, and some of her radical, don't get me wrong, our current occupant is not pro-life. He's pro-choice. Let's be real. He's not the best of examples of either side. But
but we would agree
we
that we
can
shouldn't be
also
voting for Trump
understand
anyway, too.
what Kamala Harris represents.
Yeah, I would agree we shouldn't be voting for Trump. Or I
Well,
wouldn't. I shouldn't say we because
by
I'm Australian.
default,
I wouldn't necessarily be American. But
yeah,
in
I'm
terms
just
of like,
saying
I wouldn't vote
America.
for a political party
But
or
you're in
candidate
Australia,
that
you
would
said?
support things that are antithetical to what a Christian should be believing in. I would
Yeah,
agree.
but I'm saying in the United States, we at least have the possibility. I'm sorry, maybe Australia is. I don't even know if it's necessarily even in possibility, and the same possibility for you.
Mm.
So like even to like, isn't Australia very pro-choice?
Yes,
Yeah.
extremely so.
So what I'm saying is that I could understand maybe from your perspective, like it just makes more sense to, but in a place to where there's a chance you could do something that would result in more pro-life, like say for example some of the heartbeat bills that we've seen that have passed that have reduced abortions dramatically. Like the
Mhm.
idea of just stating that, well, that's not good enough, we can't do that. Like I just think that you run into issues there.
Well, it's not that it's not good enough. It was that specific legislation would violate God's law, because that right there, that law specifically is just saying that it's permissible to murder at this certain age. Like
Yeah,
it's not that it's not
just
enough. It's just saying that
yeah,
this disobeys God's law.
I would just wholeheartedly disagree. I don't think that anyone that's voting for that particular law is
No, no,
voting,
no.
or
I'm just
even
saying the law in itself.
the
Yeah.
authors
So
of
I'm
it
just
don't.
saying,
The
yeah.
authors of it
Well,
aren't
there's.
intending to
Mhm.
allow or permit those abortions. Let's just say 6 weeks, right? Let's say
Sure.
6 week ban. Like they're not they're not. It's not that they're stating like, oh, well, we're in favor of these 6 weeks abortion. It's stating that recognizing the political realities that if I can't get it all the way to conception, at the very least, if I can get it to 6 weeks, I have stopped X amount of abortions from happening. And
Well,
if I don't do this, and I just stand on the idea of, and even in scripture, it talks about being foolish, about getting to the point to where you stand on something, and it'd be like the same thing of like saying like those that say, oh, I'm not going to go seek medical care because that just shows you're not trusting God. Like God could heal you. Like where's your faith?
sure. Yeah, I can grant the whole medical situation. Yeah, being foolish if you really should go get medical care. Sure, but we are talking about child sacrifice, and we aren't to regulate it. And this would be violating Isaiah 10, 1 and 2, where it is showing unequal weights and measures and making the fatherless pray. That is what's happening. So I'm not saying, if you sign on to that, you think it's great. I'm not saying you are showing partiality. I'm saying that piece of legislation that the lawmakers would sign on to would be impartial because of their age. And I don't see that being intuitive when we should or that we should violate something that goes against God's law just because it might be good enough. We would just be relying on like human reasoning at that point.
Yeah, but I think that, well, and we're probably going to disagree here to a certain extent, but I do think that God gives us that ability. That's one of the gifts that we have is our faculty of reasoning and will. That's like
Sure.
when we talk about us being image bearers and like
Hmm.
and why, it's because that part of what makes us is our will and our intellect, and that is a gift that God gives us. So like I think
Yeah,
that
and we rely on him for wisdom, not like
well, I don't
human
disagree. I
wisdom.
would say that
Yeah.
like our will and intellect should be used for good, not for evil. So yeah, like I understand completely there. I just think that we're gonna I think that intent matters more than we probably have a disagreement of how much intent matters in this particular regards,
Hmm.
which I'm okay with. Like, look, we met. I don't expect that me and you are gonna sit here and like 100% agree on this topic and that but I just from the perspective of I want it to be understood. It's not that pro-lifers are saying, at least I think the average one is not saying that we're okay with the ones that are going to be permitted. Ultimately, we want to see those gone too. But it's the idea of that we don't want to continue the ones like all the way up, and some of the states have gone because you've seen both sides, right? You've seen pro-life laws in states like your state, Tennessee, and even in my state, Indiana, where a vast majority of them gone, except for the ones, unfortunately, that are still being done because they're able to go to pro-choice. I'm surrounded by pro-choice states. I'm surrounded by Illinois that allows it all the way up to, basically birth. Michigan, Ohio now, unfortunately, they went the opposite way, and these were like voted in by the people. Like that's the status
Hmm.
part of it. So it wasn't even like the Ohio legislation did it. The people of
Sure.
Ohio went out and went all the way to supporting it, even
Right.
Kansas. So we have to recognize that, unfortunately, right now, the society or the world that we exist in, it's not in our favor. And unfortunately,
I understand that. That's why
yeah.
the abolitionist movement is gospel centered. So that's why it is important to be out and sharing the gospel
So how do you get
and
to
doing
someone
that.
that doesn't, but this is the thing, not everyone is going to share our beliefs. So how do you get to someone that doesn't?
You share the gospel. Like that's just that's what we're supposed to do. Like we have the conversations with them And, that's why we engage it biblically, because hearing the word is how they would even know, like, we need to be faithfully preaching God's word so that these unbelievers in our, community can hear the truth.
Is there room in the organization of Abolitionist Pro-Life? Well, I got told this the other day that there's obviously not room for, and I'm not saying you would say this, but I'm just saying that I was told the other night that Catholics are not even allowed, or specifically Papists. Well, I mean,
So
which is just a derogatory term.
anybody, sure, and so anybody there is a dogmatic following and dogmatic beliefs when it comes to being an abolitionist, the person. If you take the Norman Statement to your priest, and if they say, yeah, we would sign on to that, then okay. But if you take the Norman Statement to your priest and what we are doing as abolitionists, they wouldn't agree. So it's not that I'm saying that you are not allowed to. Now, if you are a pro or an anti-abortion immediatist and you agree with what God's word says, you're just not a Protestant, I say amen. I don't have an issue with people who agree with me. It's the abolitionist, the movement, and the person is a Protestant Christian. And that's just dogmatic. So I couldn't fair. Say, yeah, so it's just like me. I can't say, well, I reject the Marian dogma, but I'm a Catholic. You'd be like, no, you're not. Yeah, so that's the yeah. So that's that part of it. So yeah, technically Eastern Orthodox. Also, abolitionism is very political. And within the EO church, they don't get political. That's just a part of their church beliefs. So it's like we are a political movement as well.
Well, yeah, absolutely, and I understand that. So, and look, obviously, and I want to say this to those that are here in the comments, etc. My interactions with Chicken here, we may have a disagreement here. My interactions have been nothing but favorable with you.
Chicken, call the name.
I've said this in the past. It's been unfortunate sometimes how these conversations can go, and it seems like there's huge issue where we can't even talk to each other. That has never been the case with Chicken. So I feel like if you want to have this conversation and you want to have it, this is a good place to have it, because you have been open to not just some of the stuff that we see, the typical name calling or telling us that we're truly pro-choice, or just some of the stuff that we see, unfortunately, that doesn't lead to further dialogue. If anything, it just isolates the two groups.
Sure.
Yeah. Can I translate that? Wait, can I translate what Mike just said?
Sorry, in a second. Yeah. I'm going to finish. Yeah. Let me say one thing and then go ahead. But again, I do have the conviction to reach Christians. That's my conviction when it comes to this topic. Now, other people, they have different convictions and they want to talk to atheists and pro-choicers, things like that. I have a conviction to speak with Christians, and that's what I'm going to stick to. It's not all of us doing this. It's just there's me and maybe two other people. I want to have conversations with Christians, and I want to understand. I do want to have actual conversations, not arguments, because I'm not trying to, because I would have to also dismantle Catholicism in order for you to even adopt my worldview. So I want to have the conversations. Yeah. Right. Exactly. So I want to have, I want to have the conversation. I want there to be the true understanding of what an abolitionist goal is, what it is that we are seeking, what our entire view is. Because when I started doing these lives, people were telling me that I believed things that I did not even believe. And it was just because there's just this misconception, miscommunication, whatever has happened, I don't know, that even I've had to work through since I started doing these lives. Cause I'm just when somebody comes up on my panel and they tell me that, my ultimate goal is to end abortion, I'm like, well, it's not. I'm not going to I'm not like I get straw man into saving the most lives, but it's just like I just want equal human rights and equal justice. Like, and I want to glorify God while doing that.
And
So
that's fair. I think that if you continue
That's
to
super
have
disingenuous.
that, I think that if you continue to
why are you
have,
up here?
I
I
don't
think
know.
I'm
that's
sorry. Like, sorry. Go ahead, Mike.
no, I was gonna say I think that's totally fair. I think that people shouldn't necessarily judge like some of their interactions with others, like with you. I think that you allow for it to be open. And I would just say this too, like as far as this, I mean, to be honest with you, like you say that you're here and you want to talk to Christians, uh, you might find out, unfortunately, that there's a lot of pro-choice Christians that we have to talk to. And like even
Yeah.
the
Well,
pro-life
yeah,
side, like we
exactly.
literally have pro-choice Christians. We even have pro-choice Catholics. Like I don't know how that's possible, but they are. They exist. And
Yeah,
so
I
like
know. Yeah.
so
And
like
so that's why
that's
yeah.
yeah.
'Cause I'm trying to find Christians who like whether they're pro-lifers and maybe they agree with abolitionism. They won't know unless I have the conversation.
But my concern is, will you even talk to like even the pro-choicers? Because sometimes I look at the lives and it seems like we're only, which works out perfect for like from the think of it from the pro-choice perspective. Um, like if we're just infighting between each other, like we're just dividing each other, like that just is a win for pro-choice.
Well, I reject that because a lot of these Christians who are like pro-choicers, they're not even discipled. Like they're not even interacting with like actual Christians. So I don't see an issue with what I'm doing, and I don't find it to be infighting because technically, I mean, we don't agree. Our like
Yeah,
our
and I
as
meant
far
that
as
as a
abortion
I meant
goes,
that
you know
as
what
a
I mean?
general I meant that as a general statement. Obviously, that's not directed at you or even like
Yeah.
you like True Joy. Like we've had so like obviously we've had like me and True Joy, we kind of go back even further. But like we disagree on like on theology and stuff like that. But like inviting me to the panels, having me talk, etc., being open to the conversation, like you guys are like really good examples of like what it could be and what it should like I would say wait what it should be and also what I try myself. So like I think that if that's the case, then I'm okay with that, and I will try to to have these conversations with you guys and at least present the pro-life side. You guys provide the abolitionist side, and I'm okay with that. I just don't like sometimes where it becomes infighting that becomes really, really, kind of insane.
Well, I would say that the infighting would come from others who want to just come up on abolitionist panels that are pro-lifers and they just want to reductio to make us look dumb. Like,
Do you think but
because
would you
I'm not
agree
doing
that it can
that.
happen though, that there are certain abolitionists? I'm not throwing you in this, trust me. But would you not disagree that there are certain abolitionists? I know that I was at least on one panel, like I wasn't even given a chance. I was muted, I was kicked off, I was thrown off, not even given a chance to even have a word say edgewise. That's happened more than once. And like I don't think my reputation is that I'm like a flamethrower, that like I try to like really like I'm not someone that tries to like go after people and bash them or anything like that.
Who
I
was
just
it?
wanted to have a civil conversation. It was I think his name was like Equal Rights or something like that, or Equal Protection in Michigan or something like that.
Minnesota.
Minnesota, that's what it was. Yeah, that's a classic example.
Brian can be a bit aggressive
He's very
sometimes.
rash.
Yeah, he's been taking some time away and been spending time really considering and trying to be repentive for that behavior as well. I will say. So
That's fair. And look, and if he's able to turn from that like that, look who am I to like people can do wrong action, people can repent, people can change. So I'm willing to give him that grace because God knows I need the grace as well. I'm okay with that. Like, but I like that doesn't lead to a healthy conversation. That just leads
Sure.
to us being fractured. So I'm not expecting you to solve that. You can't be responsible for his actions. That's not on you. I'm not, and I'm definitely not, saying that is. But ultimately, I want these conversations. It's the same way I try to do with pro-choicers as well. I have people that I wholehearttily disagree with on the pro-choice side, but I try to have the conversation where I'm not going to just sit there and tell you, oh, you're the absolute worst. You're going to hell. You're an evil person. Like, I don't think that leads someone to like, oh, well, I want to have this conversation. They sure seem reasonable.
Sure.
So
No, I agree. I agree. I mean, and I personally have expressed that we don't need to intentionally agitate people. We don't need to intentionally, we don't need to intentionally make people upset.
Yeah.
Just because
yeah,
we think it's funny or whatever. Like, I don't agree with that. Again, that is why I want to talk to Christians. That's why I want to talk to pro-lifers. And if you're a Christian and a pro-choicer, I want to talk to you too, because I'd like to hear the argument for that. But yeah, that's just, I have a heart for Christians. That's it.
Yeah, that's fair. That's fair. That's fair. Like I said, like I will always say that like our interactions have always been great. Like, so where we disagree, it's not based on the spirit of the conversation or your convictions or ultimately like our areas of agreement, etc. So hopefully that continues. I'm just not like, I'm not saying you, like I'm not worried about you. I'm not worried about True Joy. But I think that ultimately, like, if those are the type of conversations that are going to exist, and I even think pro-choicers, for an example, if that's the example you guys are going to set, I think that's going to lead to better conversations for you guys as well with them.
I feel like you're just saying we're soft. Like,
if you want to take that as that True Joy is like, well, that makes you soft. I would honestly say, like, if being soft means that you can actually have conversations and actually talk to people that you disagree with versus let me score points for my own side, but on the same side, like, alienate people that we might be able to change their opinion on, like, maybe we have different goals.
I feel like you're calling me LGBT or something. How do you feel about Miranda?
I'm not gonna engage with that. Like, I don't have any, like, as far as like with her, I don't have any like ill will towards her. I was just answering
Scooter's question.
Obviously, we wholeheartedly disagree, and I'll leave it at whatever the conversation was the last time that we talked. I did express the same thing that I did about some of the conversations and some of the people that have, like, some of how my interactions have gone, to express that concern to her. But I'm just going to leave it at that. It's not fair to her to go beyond that.
Would you say that I find it encouraging to see individuals like Jeff Durbin, John MacArthur take hard stances on things and not shy away or back down from them, right? And I see a lot of abolitionists do that, and it's encouraging, right? It's like, hey, I'm not going to compromise. I'm not going to participate in these particular things. These are where my convictions are. I don't want to fault them for that. Now, can it get carried away? Yes. Am I glad? Like, and I'm going to use Minnesota as an example, that he's taking a time away to reflect. Yeah, I think you can get so caught in the weeds of something that you fail to see what's actually happening in front of you, right? But I don't want to discourage any abolitionist that has convictions to not compromise on the smallest of things, right? I don't want to bind somebody's conscience, and I definitely don't want to unbind it where the Holy Spirit is binding it, right? So,
yeah, I would just say it's all about approach, right? If you follow apologetics at all, like, look, there's the approach that, and I'm sure I'm even going to mention a supposedly Catholic and a Protestant who both do the outside apologetics, and look at their approaches, right? Look at how God Logic, look at how he handles this, right? Like how he handles like outside apologetics, and look how he's able to be graceful. And then look how Sam Shamoon handles things. Go take those two and see which one you think is actually going to win people over.
I
Not
fangirl over
Sam.
God Logic.
Huh?
Well, I wouldn't
I
necessarily. I would,
fangirl over God Logic. I really do.
yeah, but Sam has his own way of doing things, and I wouldn't necessarily say that Sam doesn't win people over with the way that he does things. But I definitely think the approaches are definitely very different.
Yeah, and you have to understand, like Islamic culture, a lot of what Sam Shamoon does when he gets rash, I guess, with them, or very abrasive, it's part of the culture, right? It's considered masculine.
But
I
is it
still,
okay where
I
he
don't.
says that your wife is a
No, it isn't.
and some of the other things that he says, like that's
For
going to
sure.
be where the issue is.
Well, so let me.
For
So
sure.
let's say he says, your prophets in hell getting. Uh, I mean, he uses some pretty dark language.
Yeah.
And so is your mother. But if that brought that individual to saving faith somehow through the conversation, was it productive or not productive?
Well, I think that's where you start to get into the conversation where, like, almost like a utilitarian argument, like,
No,
well,
I mean, Scripture is very clear, though, right? We don't talk
because I
like
was
that.
able to create a good, do I allow as an evil? So, like, that's the issue I would have. But my whole point of bringing them two up is that they're both very talented in what they do. Sam Shamoon is very talented in what he does. But one of them is able to, I think, not only do really good in talented, but also able to set a very good example of how that should look like. And look, I just showed you an example where I showed a Protestant and a Catholic. Like, obviously, I think there's Catholics that do a really good job too. But like, I'm just trying to show you that there's a certain example of like how we should go.
Yeah, and I think that that's the way that we should be doing apologetics, right? We should be being as considerate as possible and as gracious as possible for the person that we're talking to, but that doesn't necessarily mean compromising in what we believe necessarily.
Yeah, and for my forte in the comments, yeah, I understand he's converting more people. He says all the time he needs to change. I agree. I pray for him. I think he recognizes it. I hope that he takes some time. Like, I just don't want to see him continue to go down the same road because he's wasting the talent that he has with some of that activity. That's all I'm saying is that he could, like, as good as he is, he could do so much better. But that's one thing that I've been open to is I've looked at, a lot of apologetics and which really apologetics and even doing this type of ministry, where we're trying to appeal to pro-life, they have, where we're trying to like bring people to Christ, which is one of the things that Chicken mentioned that like as part of what's going to be. So we have some things in common in that particular sense, but there's different approaches of how we can do that. And I'm just saying that I think that, look, me and True Christian Mike from True Christian Ministry, we disagree on a lot, like as far as especially Catholic. But I like the fact that, I mean, I've had conversations to a certain extent with him, and like we're able to put our disagreements to the side to acknowledge that, hey, we can have agreements in certain areas, and we don't have to. Oh, well, you're an enemy, and I'm, like, and vice versa.
Yeah, and we wouldn't, and again, we would agree that there are definitely similarities between the pro-life and abolitionist movement, but I do think that the way in which we reach the end goal is distinct, right? And that's what separates. Sorry.
Well, I don't think we have the same end goal,
from the other. Sorry.
Do you think we have the same end goal?
Well, we do want the complete and total abolition of abortion, right?
But not. Well, maybe I'm wrong about this, but I think that the end goal is that God is glorified in through Him moving the nation into abolition, not through us doing it through worldly means.
I thought the end goal was that's
why I said
pro-life.
Yeah, but True Joy, that's why I said that the way in which we go about it is distinct. it's not. I'm not saying the goal is not the same. I'm saying that the goal, the means in which we go about doing it, is distinct. Right?
I'm struggling.
So Mike would say that it's by, and correct me if I'm wrong, Mike, please. It would necessarily be by going and slowly changing the law so that it's able to slowly teach the society or the culture that what they're doing is wrong, but by incrementally changing it, so going from whatever it is now to like 20 weeks and then down to 10 weeks and then eventually to full abolition would be the way that you would want to go about doing it, correct?
Well,
By
it would be
slowly,
whatever is feasible. Like, I don't think that
right,
if you had, like, if we're talking about a law that we could possibly pass that, like, let's say it banned it at 6 weeks, but you also had a law that banned it at 15 weeks,
yeah,
both you could actually pass. I
yeah,
don't think that you can go into that statement and say, "Oh, I'm just going to pass the 15-week bill,"
right,
knowing that you could pass the 6-week bill and ban it, and that would have the impact of reducing abortion. So no, I
right.
do think that there's limits on it. It should ultimately end towards the goal of eliminating abortions altogether. It's just stating that if you have the only possibility being that you can reduce, like, get it down to 6 weeks, or or there's no other option which just allows for it to continue, you should
So
choose the option that reduces it over nothing.
yeah, so limiting evil as much as physically possible.
Exactly.
To sum up, okay, yeah. So then the alternative, so then the distinctive would be that abolitionists would be trying to do that through the conversion of people becoming Christians, because then they would necessarily align themselves to God's law and what God has already prescribed to us, and then would then be
We don't disagree. Like, we
through the
want to bring
gospel.
people to Christ. As well. I don't think that should stop. Like,
No.
honestly, like,
I'm not saying. I'm saying,
yeah,
but that's a method in which we can do these things. I'm not saying that that's the only method. I'm saying it's a method, not the method.
yeah.
So,
I'm saying all
but
that should continue, and we should
yeah,
also look to ways to either reduce it. Often we find in society, if you look at things that have changed, slavery, even like the movement towards and I don't want to like cause issues with her life, so I'm gonna say like the movement to allow say the same group to be allowed to marry. Like, they didn't do the steps to get that to like all in one step. Like, they worked towards finding ways to like incrementally get it in society.
right.
So I think that we would be I think that ultimately you're right. Like, the ultimate goal is to try to get people to Christ and like that, and hopefully, but also not only is ultimately to Christ, but also to the point to where they have the same ethics. Because as we've seen, you can get people to Christ, but unfortunately, some of them will still take on pro-choice views.
Right, and that's the distinctive that I'm trying to make to True Joy, is that by converting people to Christ and them coming into the church, they're able to take on the ethics and morality that we would ascribe to ourselves, to be able to make that judgment that we shouldn't be pro-choice because this is what God says, right? And then that's the way in which we're able to achieve the laws that we want to achieve, because necessarily there would be more people that would ascribe to the morality that we're putting forth in the bills that we're trying to seek.
Yeah, no, I complete agreement, right? Like,
Right.
faith comes by
Yeah.
hearing,
So
hearing by the
that's
word of God. I just, our goal is to glorify God.
yeah.
And that
I'm
means
definitely
glorify Him
agreeing
in
with
His
you.
judgment over us, or glorify Him
Right,
in
but
His release of judgment.
yeah, but I'm saying that the point of what we're trying to achieve at this point in time, in terms of abortion, is this is that goal of complete and total abolition. I'm not saying that we shouldn't be glorifying God in what we're doing. I'm just saying that the goal in which we're trying to achieve with abortion is the complete and total abolition of it. And that the distinction between the pro-life movement and the abolition movement is what I've just mentioned. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
Okay. But then, like, going further then to what I wanted to say was that, yeah, like, Mike, I understand the apologetic side completely. Like, I do a lot, and I love Equal Protection a lot because he's very knowledgeable, awesome guy, very passionate. But I definitely think I agree with in terms of the way in which we go about doing apologetics should be a little bit more graceful, and that's why I like hanging out with Chicken and with True Joy and stuff like that, and Virtue, because I think that necessarily, like, we should be appealing to people and convincing them of arguments, not in and of ourselves being able to do those things, but through the Spirit working within us to do that. Because it's not anything of us that we are able to convince people. We're not proselytizing to them, we're evangelizing to them. You know what I mean?
Absolutely, and that's great, and like I said, like, I appreciate that. You had genuine questions for me, and there's nothing wrong with that. Like, going back and forth and like that, I think that's good. So yeah, that was my main goal. Is I just want to get it to the point to where we can have better conversations between each other, and then also, of course, with pro-choicers as well. I realized that. And I'm gonna pick on Wildflower a little bit because she's in the comments, but like
He has a pragmatic stance.
Like I think that you should be appreciative of this, Wildflower. You see, because my stance is pragmatic. No,
Not my stance. No matter when you try to pin her down on her stance, she's like, "That's not my stance. It's my stance." Well, what is your stance?
Yeah, like, I love Victor as well, Mike. You know Victor very well. And you know what Victor's like. He's very similar to Equal in that way, but like, I again, very knowledgeable people, but very behaviors can be very challenging at times when engaging with other people, you know?
Yeah,
but, like, I'd love to continue having chats with you guys, you know? It's just sometimes people in both communities can be very challenging to talk to people, unfortunately, you know?
Yeah, that's fair. Yeah, like I said, if and Chicken's a regular, she'll show up in like some of the pro-life lives and stuff like that. So I think that helps, because people just don't get just that view that all abolitionists are this way or that they can actually see some interaction, say, hey, it's you can't just pin everything down. It's just extreme one way or another. Same thing with pro-lifers. Like, I think that's what's valuable, is because once we become just like these, almost like we can just build each other into like these anime characters, almost, etc., and like we can just build this depiction of one another, and not in the most charitable way, then I think that just builds walls and like takes away from the conversation. So that's what
we shouldn't be making caricatures of each other for that reason.
Yeah, I could only imagine what mine would look like.
No, you're fine. I get what you're saying. I do.
Yeah, but that was pretty much it. I'm gonna drop because I'm gonna go to bed in a minute. But thank you for having me up at Chicken, and great to see you guys. Hope you all have a blessed night, and I'll look forward to the conversation in the future.
Yeah, thanks for coming up. God bless.
God bless.
Nobody called you soft.
No.
Nobody.
Did you just mom me? Like, be my mom? Like, don't do that. That.
Maybe.
Do I need to meet you again, Logan?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, sir.
Oh my gosh.
Can we talk to nerds now?
Yeah, it looks like we had somebody. Jeff?
Hello.
Hello, how old are you?
I'm 36.
Are you a Christian?
Yes.
Okay, what are your thoughts on the prompt?
Yeah, I'm not sure how you can hold to not pro-life and Christian at the same time. Can you rectify that for me?
Yeah, I am an abolitionist, so I am a Bible believing Christian. I'm gospel centered, aligned providentially through the church, engaging biblically, and sought immediately with no compromise. That is how I'm not a pro life Christian.
Wait, hold on. So you say you believe the Bible, but then you're going to contradict the Bible? How does that make sense?
Oh, I'm sorry. Did you hear what I said?
Yeah, you said that you believe the Bible. You're Bible believing. Is that not
Mm-hmm.
incorrect?
No, that's what I said. I said I'm an
Yeah.
abolitionist.
So then my question to you is, how are you holding to the Bible while contradicting what the Bible says?
Okay.
Do you know what an abolitionist is?
Did you hear what I said?
Yes,
What
in
is the
my view,
contradiction?
once again, can you just
Yeah, I said
directly
I'm an
answer my question?
abolitionist. Yeah, I did answer your question. I'm an abolitionist. That is how I am not pro-life.
Where's the contradiction?
Because you're Bible believing.
I'm
What?
an abolitionist. Do you know what an abortion abolitionist is?
Well, walk me through it just to make sure I understand.
Okay, an abortion abolitionist is seeking to establish equal human rights and equal justice under the law to the glory of God. So
Based on
all
what?
human beings, all of human beings from the moment of fertilization are image bearers and they are equal. And then abortion is the act of murder. And then when murder is committed on preborn and postborn children, there's equal justice.
So then how are you pro-choice?
I'm not pro-choice. I'm an abortion abolitionist.
Oh my God.
I'm an abortion abolitionist. So I'm not pro-life. We contend with pro-life and pro-choice. So when it comes to pro-life, I'm speaking of like the pro-life, like the movement, the mainstream pro-life. So not like your average pro-lifer that you'd see on TikTok. So what we contend with is pro-life, they'll hold exceptions. The pro-life mainstream, again, they hold to the second victim narrative. Are you familiar with the second victim narrative?
I would assume that would be like assuming you got raped and things of that nature, right?
No, they would say that the mother is a victim of like society and culture. Therefore, when she goes to murder her child, she should not be held responsible at all.
I got you. Yeah. So I think my hypothetical would fit that narrative. Like, you could argue from the pro-choice narrative that assuming you got raped, like you're a victim, and therefore you should be free of that decision or something like that.
Well, this is just if a mother just wants to have an abortion. She's just so dumb that she's convinced to go murder her kid, and she should not be held responsible for that. So that's baked into pro-life legislation currently in the United States.
I got you.
They don't think the mother should be. They acquit the mother of the crime of unaliving their children or murdering their children, right? Abolitionist bills wouldn't do that, right? If you have malice and forethought of taking the life of your offspring, you should be held accountable. Equal weights and measures, life for life, tooth for tooth, burn for burn.
Well, this is very confusing for me. How are you not pro-life then?
Well, because we want to advocate. Go ahead.
No. So when I say pro-life, I'm speaking of the mainstream pro-life, the ones who are lobbying for legislation, the ones who are in office. So like we're talking like the isms of pro-life.
Sure.
Okay. They don't agree with abolitionists because we want to hold everybody accountable who murders a preborn child. And they say, no, mothers they're a victim. They should not be held responsible for committing murder.
Well, no, I don't think that view follows. Like,
Well, okay, can I tell you how it does follow? Are you familiar
you
with
you could sell it to me, but so like if the argument here is like I'm a victim of X, that means I get to unalive my child.
Yes, that is what the
don't
pro-life movement
I don't see
stands
the
for.
justification.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Pro-life is they believe the second victim narrative. Maybe not you, and like the pro-lifers that are in my chat, they would not agree with that because they are chronically online and they don't agree with the mainstream pro-life. So that's what I'm saying too.
So maybe we came off on bad terms. Like, how would you define pro-life? Like, wouldn't you just
pro-life.
say that, like, in most cases, like, I can understand some, like, arbitrary here and there where it could be the case, but in most cases, like, you shouldn't unalive your child, and that would be pro-life.
Well, if there are cases that you can murder your child, then that would not be pro-life.
So even in the case that like the child's getting unalive the mother.
Yeah.
Okay.
So you should murder the child?
Well, no, we should take
That's what I'm saying.
Yeah, no.
Like-
We should take every step necessary to keep a child alive if possible, but I'm trying to bake it into the hypothetical of either the mother unalives or the child unalives, just to make sure I get your position correct.
Yep, so
'Cause
the
we might
mother
not
should
disagree as much
self-sacrifice.
as I thought we did.
Yeah, the mother should self-sacrifice. She shouldn't be allowed and afforded the option to murder her child to save her life.
I got
Because we
you.
wouldn't say that she should do that if her child was born,
I got you. Yeah. Okay.
you know? So but I want you to understand with the mainstream pro-life movement. So I'm not talking about people that you talk to on TikTok, because a lot of people who say they're pro-life on TikTok, they don't agree with mainstream pro-life either. So this is me strictly talking on the mainstream people.
I got you.
So
Okay.
so with the organizations like Right to Life, Citizens for Life, Students for Life, those groups, they actually sent out an open letter to legislators back in 2023. It was over 70 pro-life organizations, and they said that they would not support any legislation that would give equal protection to the unborn children because it would criminalize the mother.
See, where I would draw the line with that is that if it is a case that the mother is actively choosing that, and it seems like a selfish option, that seems to be a place where you could criminalize that person, because in other cases, assuming you're pregnant and I unalive you, that's a double homicide, So, like, that doesn't make sense. It doesn't follow for me.
Okay, and then so abolitionists put through a bill, or presented a bill, and it was equal human rights, equal protection, abortion is murder, and pro-life legislators all voted no to hear the bill. So they reject equal human rights and equal protection. That's all the bill said. But it was because the mother would be criminalized if she were to partake in the act of murdering her child.
Okay, I think I understand your stance now. So you're saying that I'm not pro-life as it is being represented, not necessarily I'm anti-pro-life.
Right. Yeah, so I am an
Okay,
abolitionist.
so we actually might be mutual here.
Pro-life is a movement.
Yep.
Fair enough. I thought like you were like truly like I want to go unalive my children, and I was going to argue with that. But if you're more anti that, we're probably going to see more so eye to eye.
Yeah, that goes
I
against
guess we
my
could get
telos.
into like particulars and this and that,
Bro.
but I find that mostly uninteresting. Like I think for me, like most of the people that argue against this shit are women that just don't want to take accountability. That's just my
I just
idea.
think they have murder in their heart. Okay.
Yeah.
And that's the one thing about abolitionists is we're gospel centered. So with the act of abortion, it is a sin. And
Right.
the only remedy for sin is the gospel. And that's what's most important. So these women, they're not just irresponsible. They're not just opening their legs. Like that is just the dumbest argument to even, they have a murderous heart and they
Right.
need to hear the gospel and they need to be presented with scripture. So we're gospel centered, aligned providentially and through the church, engaging biblically and sought immediately with no compromise is the abolitionist position.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I don't think I'm gonna be a good op there. I'm mostly so like when I think pro life, the idea here is that we do everything possible to keep the child alive, and birth is at conception. So I think we'd like mostly agree here.
Are you a Protestant Christian?
No, I'm Orthodox.
Okay, well then we disagree.
Well, I guess we could have that argument, but it's not like
Not at 2 a.m.
what your
no.
yeah, it's not your panel, so you know, if you want to
but
get
I
into
would-
it, fair enough. But that I'll leave that up to you.
Yeah, so the only thing that I would say is so you can go to abolitionistsrising.com. That is where you can read like the Norman Statement. This is like the dogma of being an abolitionist. So you can just read more about the movement. If you agree with it, I say amen. If you agree. But yeah, that's what the abolitionist movement is. We're Protestant Christians. So
Yeah, as far as like this topic is concerned, I don't think we would see much of argumentation. I guess the topic would move into like Orthodox v Protestant, which it's not your debate topic. So I'm just gonna be charitable and extend the olive branch and say, hey, like good for you, and leave it leave it there.
yeah, may God bless your ministry, brother.
Hey, thank you. I am attending some classes to be a catechist, so pray for me.
Okay. Yeah, I will definitely be praying for that. That's amazing. Well, I'm glad we agree, and I'm not a pro-choice Christian.
I can see based off the opposition. Like now that I get your supposition, I see your disagreement. So we're cool.
Cool. Awesome. Well, you're welcome back anytime. Maybe we can have we can have conversation about orthodoxy.
I hit you a follow if and when you want to have that debate. Just hit me up, okay?
All right, sounds good.
All right, appreciate it. Thank you.
All right, God bless.
If I can't get you to laugh one of these days, I'm just gonna end it. Just gonna leave.
Me?
Yeah, I have yet to make you laugh, not one time,
What do you mean?
and it goes against my telos. So
I laughed at that.
no, you didn't. You said, "Bruh."
Just hang a towel on the wall.
Right. Just hang a towel on the wall. It's a sin. All right. Let's see here. That one guy is requesting again. Dr.
fell
Machine.
asleep.
Did you? I'm surprised I'm still up, honestly.
I haven't been on a live this late in a long time.
I think what was it? Maybe 2 weeks ago. I did this till 2 o'clock in the morning for like 5 days in a row. Yeah, take Jason's advice. Tell me a dad joke.
I'm a mom. I can't do that.
Oh yeah, I forgot you're a mom now.
Sorry.
Tell me a
By the
mom
way,
joke.
by the way, moms have it hard. Okay. This is really difficult.
Hard does not mean
You're
bad.
doing good, sweetie. You're doing good, queen. Keep it up.
Y'all are gay.
Sometimes. Abolitionists after dark. The only thing we're missing is like people showing their feet.
Oh yeah, let me do that.
That's nasty.
No, please
Do
don't.
not. Do not.
Please don't. I'm covering my eyes. You're Reformed Baptist, right, Logan? Or are you Presbyterian? I don't remember.
Yeah, I'm a Reformed Baptist.
No, he's not. He's a Presby. Don't let
Are
him
you?
lie.
No, I'm a
Are
Reformed
you
Baptist.
lying to me?
No, I'm.
Queen, you're not supposed to lie.
I was so lying to Mike in the comments. I was like, me and Trent Horn had a 2-hour conversation yesterday. He is a closet Protestant. I never corrected it. I just let him believe it.
Oh my goodness.
You guys play pickleball at all?
Nope.
Nar.
It's a good time. Y'all should try it.
Hey, Logan, what kind of shoes do frogs wear?
Hey guys, Wildflower here.
Crocs.
Hello, Wildflower.
No
Hello?
way.
Hello? Hello?
Open-toed sandals.
Oh, I can't tell any dad jokes now.
Hello? Hello?
A, how old are you?
I'm 19, if that's fine.
Sure.
Yeah,
Are
real
you
quick.
a Christian?
I am a Christian, yeah.
Around it.
Okay.
Oh, did I interrupt the conversation? I apologize.
Yeah, probably.
He's
Just
gonna
hold on one
tell
second.
a joke. Oh, but you guys should let Machine up again. He'll be nice this time.
Sure.
Wildflower, what were you saying?
Oh, I didn't know I was supposed to actually say anything. Okay, I was just gonna tell dad jokes. Dude can
Oh.
yell. That's fine.
Oh, okay. Okay. Oh, okay. Wait, why are you up here again?
I don't know. Did you not want me to do that?
Well, I didn't like he was being mean to you, and you're my queen.
I hate
Anyway.
it here.
That was
I
uncalled
hate
for.
it
Okay,
here.
I might be a mom, but I'm
Okay.
still a dude. Okay.
Okay, whatever. Pruitt, so what are your
Hey,
thoughts
what's
on
up?
the prompt?
Oh, well, I'm a Christian. Oh, yeah, I'm sure you say you're Christian, right? That's true.
Yeah. Yeah, that's what I say.
But
Yeah.
you're not pro-life. That's a very interesting take. I mean, I've never seen that before never really seen that among Christians. I mean, I think being Christian implies that you must be very pro-life, but I wonder why you don't think so.
It's a repeat of a minute ago. Go.
Oh,
Yeah,
so-
that's what I was just thinking.
Oh, I'm sorry. I mean,
No.
I
No,
wasn't.
no,
yeah,
no,
okay.
no,
I'm
you're fine.
gonna
You're fine.
follow
I know
you,
you weren't
Pruitt.
here.
Let's go.
Yeah. So, me and my mods, we are abolitionists. So that's why we're not pro-life. So there is a distinction between the two movements. Are you
Abolitionist.
familiar?
Wait,
Mhm.
which sense abolitionist? There's many different like forms of abolitionism.
Abortion abolitionists.
And slavery. We abolished that too.
Yeah, I mean, obviously
Oh, that's
we would
okay. I
be
guess we
against
can agree on
slavery,
that. We can agree on that.
but yeah,
I'm not.
abortion abolitionist.
Oh, okay, fantastic. So, but in the end, you're not pro-life, I guess.
Well, I'm not pro. Yeah, so I'm not pro-life. because
Well, I
of
guess you're
what the
pro
pro-life
choice.
movement.
You're pro choice.
Wait,
No.
so do you not know what an abolitionist is? Wait, this is literally like a repeat of the last conversation.
We should do late night lives more often. That's when they're all
Well,
awake.
I'm sorry. I do not know directly like what you mean by abolitionist in like the sense
Okay.
of abortion, but I mean I'm disagreeing with the prompt, not like what an abolitionist is, because I don't know what it
Oh,
is.
well, I'm not pro-life because I'm an abolitionist.
Well, okay, yeah. What's abolitionist? I'm sorry, I'm curious. What
Okay,
it,
yeah, so we want to establish equal human rights and equal justice for all human beings from the moment of fertilization to the glory of God.
that's awesome. How does that not make you pro life? I guess because it sounds.
Because pro-life rejects that.
How so? I mean, if you're supporting equality among humans since fertilization, that would support human life. No?
Yeah.
Or-
Well, yeah, it would, right? You would think that the pro-life movement would be in support, right? But they do hold exceptions, and they also believe in the second victim narrative. Are you familiar?
Not directly. No.
So a woman is, when she gets an abortion, she is a victim of her society and culture.
Well, I would
when
agree
she
with
commit-
that. I mean, I would
So
agree
when
with
she
that.
commits murder, she shouldn't be culpable for that.
Well, she should absolutely be culpable with that. But if you were
Okay.
but that's
Well,
not.
that's
That's not.
so the
part of-
second,
that's-
but the
okay,
second
but
victim
then you could have put a
narrative.
lot.
Me,
Yeah.
but the second victim narrative is written into pro-life legislation, stating that pregnant women are not held accountable for seeking abortion, having an abortion, like doing an abortion, like the pills, or having an abortion performed on her. So she's just
Oh,
not criminally
you think
liable
they-
at all.
Oh, you think they should be held accountable?
Yes.
Oh, well, I guess you're more pro-life than the pro-lifers themselves.
Well, I'm not pro-life. I don't like.
Well-
That's why I'm an abolitionist. It's two different. There's three groups. Well, I guess anti-abortion would be another group, but so like anti-abortion and abolitionists, we would reject pro-life and reject pro-choice.
Oh, right. It's like a third position. Okay, interesting. So, well, I mean, I guess we don't disagree on too much, but then I'm wondering, do you think that in any case there should be an abortion like committed or happen?
So when we're referring to abortion, we are saying the act of murder. So it would be an unjustified taking of a human life. So no, there would be no exceptions to do that.
Awesome. Oh, wow. Okay, that's fantastic. I would definitely agree to that.
Okay.
I think when you make the prompt, I'm not a pro-life, and then you also say you're Christian, it might like mislead some people.
It's not misleading. It's meant to be thought provoking and have Christians come up here and talk about it, because a lot of people are not aware of like the pro-life movement and what they support and what they are actually saying with their mouth, but putting forth in legislation. So it is made to be thought provoking and for pro-lifers that are Christians to come up here.
Yeah, they're really
Absolutely.
bad people. You shouldn't follow them.
No, don't listen to him, please.
Wait, I'm curious. Wait, what makes them bad people?
Because
He's lying.
He's
they're lying.
not.
Oh,
Yeah, he's
oh, he's
just.
joking.
Yeah, he's just trying to be silly.
Yeah, I think a lot of people like just think in two different ways, like pro-life, pro-choice. Like, do you either believe that
Exactly.
abortion should not exist, or abortion, it should be an option available?
Sure.
Not entirely true. I'm just saying.
No, yeah, no. It's just I guess like I'm just trying to say like it's a common like narrative among like most people.
Right, and that's why I do this prompt.
That's fantastic. Well, I do kind of like what you're doing then, because I think I do think a lot of Christians are misled, especially when it comes to abortion. Specifically, many Catholics. That's besides the point. But yeah.
Are you Catholic?
No, I'm not.
Okay, we're not Catholics.
Oh, that's cool. No, I'm
We're Protestant.
Oh, that's awesome. I'm Orthodox.
Okay. Get off my panel. I'm just kidding. I'm kidding. That was a joke. I'm totally joking. This
Now
was
who's being
literally a
silly, huh?
repeat.
Now who's
That
being
was
silly?
literally this was literally a repeat of the
'Cause
last
they're
guest
they're
that we had
awake
because he
right
was also
now.
Orthodox.
They're
All the
awake.
orthodoxes, all the orthodoxies are awake right now.
Hey, at the end of the day, we're all Christians, right? And we all believe in God.
Yeah,
So
I do believe well, hold on. It's not just a belief in God. Like Yahweh needs to be your savior.
no, of course. It's just like a
Okay.
yeah. I know. I'm very yeah. Awesome. Well, you guys have a great night.
All right. Yep. God bless.
W2 back to back. What?
What do you mean?
Was
two
that
back-
literally not the
What
same
even happened?
conversation? And then he ended up being Orthodox?
That one was smarter though.
Be nice.
I'm trying to learn rhetoric.
Well, that's bad rhetoric.
Leah's really good at it. She just puts up a picture of a duck or whatever
a
that is, a
goose.
geese, a
A
geese,
juice. Good
geese,
grief.
Not rhetoric.
whatever.
That's just oral.
It's dinner, is what it is.
Right. It's just aura.
That's all I'm here for.
Are you aura farming?
Obviously.
Crazy.
No
Yeah,
greater
this
love
seems to
than this than
be
he.
what?
No greater love than this than he who lays down his life for his friends. It was when you said that mothers should be self-sacrificing. It was like the comments got quiet for a second.
I'm surprised they got quiet. I mean,
They were just like,
they hate everything else I say.
Give him that reductio or hypothetical, whatever that logic gave earlier, chicken, and see what he says.
Which
Logan.
sorry, which one?
The one about lying.
Well, it was.
Do you remember that one?
Because I don't remember the whole thing, but do you remember the second one was tell the truth, nothing happens, tell the truth, and it prevents 20,000 babies from being raped.
Well, the one that he said to me didn't have the 3 options. It only had 2, and it was
Well,
why.
that was 2 options. I just gave 2 options.
Joy, calm down.
You're gonna have to repeat it.
So tell the truth, nothing happens, or tell the truth and 20,000 children won't be raped.
He said lie. Nothing happens. Tell the truth.
Well, no,
is what
no,
he
no,
said
no, that-
for me.
Are y'all fighting about this right now?
No,
because there were 2 different ones. There was that first one about like lying or whatever, but then the second one was tell the truth both times. But if you tell the truth in this scenario, 20,000 kids won't be raped, and then if you tell the truth in this scenario, nothing happens. You just tell the truth. It was very odd.
Even my forte isn't pleased with your rhetoric.
I'm
not
trying.
good at
No, I'm not.
His wasn't good either, though. He said that I live up to my name and I destroy everything around me. Wildflowers do not destroy everything around you. That's not what
They're not even pretty. Okay, they're on sides of roads,
Wildflowers are very
covered-
pretty.
covered in trash.
Have you seen a wildflower? There's a bunch of them.
Yeah.
Whatever.
How's farming going? Wildflower, how's planting going? She plants, you guys farm?
Farming and plant. Who farms?
Me, that's why my name is Chicken on my other account.
Oh,
just
that's
thought
why
it was
your name's
cute.
Chicken?
It's because I'm a runner, actually. That's why my name is Chicken.
Kind of what we all
'Cause I
thought.
run.
Oh, I get
I run
it.
from debates.
You're
Anyway,
terrified
W
on
host,
most
thank you,
days.
Forte. I look terrified on most days.
Forte's-
She's probably going to bed.
Forte's like my best friend. We go way back. When did we get on this live? That's how far back we go.
We have been live
Leah,
for
I gotta drop. God bless.
three. We've been live for 3 hours and 18 minutes.
Oh, that's too
All the
long.
homies love chicken. That's true. That's true. I am told that a lot. That people like me.
Chick-fil-A.
Thank you guys. I appreciate it.
I wish I had a couple chickens.
Yo, thank you.
Oh, you got
Oh my
Galaxy.
gosh, thank you, Forte. I
She doesn't
appreciate
deserve
that.
it.
According to who? You?
Well, to Leah.
Okay. You're just a grumpy queen, you know that?
I am a grumpy queen.
Hey, you guys want to hear a joke that Lucy's gonna tell?
Oh no.
Okay.
Yes.
What do you get when you wake up in the morning and you realize you're out of coffee?
A headache.
A depresso. A depresso.
That made you
That's
laugh?
cute.
That made you laugh? I'm over here. I'm
Queen.
telling.
Queen Truejoy, you
like,
have made me laugh.
I'm like giving like level 18 jokes all night. Not one smile. That was cute though.
That's not true. Yeah,
And
that was a very cute
I had a
joke.
depresso this morning. So. I burnt cereal. So.
I don't
Yeah,
know where
can
she
you
hears these. It's always something new.
Can you explain how you burn cereal?
I don't want to get into it. It's a long story.
Oh, okay. Okay.
Ooh.
He put a lasagna in the oven for 20 minutes and it was completely solid frozen. So he doesn't really know what he's doing.
Oh, wait, you weren't here for that chicken?
I don't think
I
so.
was on some live. I thought maybe it was yours.
I thought it was yours. No, it was Adrian's.
I
So
don't know.
I put the lasagna in the stove. I thought I hit power, like start.
Oven. It's not a stove, it's an oven.
Look, it's semantics, right? Like it's all the same place.
It's literally not.
I put it in the bottom part, not the top part.
There you go.
And then it melted all the plastic to the lasagna because I thought you could just put the.
Oh no.
Why are you getting so upset? Hey, I don't throw my
You're
baby
stressing me
chickens.
out.
Am I?
Yeah. Yeah, that's
Needless to
stressing
say,
me
my
out.
kids haven't eaten in a couple days. We're doing great though.
Oh my god. This guy is very confused in the comments. I'm not pro-choice. I'm an abolitionist.
Pro-choice love abolitionists. Y'all don't vote for nothing.
Well, that's not true.
Well,
We don't vote for nothing.
incrementalism.
Yeah, correct. It's compromise, that's why.
You know,
I
I don't
ain't
know if you saw the
compromising.
comment. Well, that's
Uh-uh.
fine. I understand why you would say that, but like, oh my gosh, dude, get it together. What was I gonna say? Oh, yeah,
Your
when you were
comment?
talking about like, yeah, I made a comment when you guys were talking with Mike about like the legal aspect of it all, but like the mens rea of it all, like that's what the legal standard would have to go based on, and I just don't think you could ever prove intent. Like not in the way that the legal system would see. I understand in the way that you have explained it and everything, but I don't know. There's a reason there's separation of church and state, and I just don't think that would ever work. Like if you guys,
Well,
I'm not trying to help
Wildflower,
you at
this
all,
has-
but if you guys
No,
could
this
figure
has
that
nothing to
out,
do
maybe
with-
it'll work.
Well, you want us to figure out what separation of church and state is? We know what it is.
No. How to implement the mens rea aspect into trying to even introduce a bill, like, because I don't think that's been acknowledged at all.
You don't think
It
you don't
just
think a
basically the
single
intent.
Well, how? What do you mean? Because it literally just says that all human beings are equal human beings, and when they're murdered, there's justice
That
for
right
it.
there. Well, that's what I mean.
Yeah.
Like calling it murder and trying to equate it to
Mhm.
murder would be solely based on the intent, which is the mens rea, like that they're going to take into account. It's like some Latin word, but I think it just
Sure.
means intent basically. But like, yeah, I don't think that could ever be proven that somebody had like some sort of malicious intent or bloodlust, like they went out intentfully
Well,
wanting to murder.
Well, what if they
sure, but
ordered
mermaid, there
pills?
would. Well, hold on.
Mermaid, calm down.
I'm sorry, not mermaid. I'm so used to like I'm really used to talking to her all the time. But Wildflower, like there would have to be witnesses to this crime. So it's like it's not just
Well,
like
even deeming
people
it a
are
crime is
searching.
what I'm saying, though.
Well, the act of murder is a crime. So like when
I
you're
know.
taking
Well,
the
that's what
life,
I'm. Okay.
so that's what I know, but what I'm trying to explain to you is I'm talking as if this exists right now, which it does. It's God's law. But when somebody does commit murder, there does have to be witnesses. Like that's what I'm saying.
Okay.
So it's not just like she can't just say, "Oh, I did this." Like there has to be actual
No.
witnesses, two or more.
Well, that's what I'm speaking to. You're saying when this murder occurs, but I'm saying you'd have to prove it's even murder, and that's the part I'm saying I don't think you could under the law.
But how?
I
Why
mean,
can't
why
I?
not?
Yeah, why isn't it like?
Because you're going based on God's law, not how the legal system is set up.
But we're talking about if it was instituted, like if abolitionist bills were passed, that would be implementing God's law. So if a young lady, let's say 18, decides to order pills from India, gets them, it's obvious that she's pregnant. Let's say she's had some kind of doctor's appointment. Somebody knows about it. Let's say her mother does. She takes pills, and then her baby dies. Right? We have proof of pills. We have proof of pregnancy. There's malice and
How do you have
forethought.
proof of the pills?
You ordered them?
Well, how would you have proof of that?
Well,
Like,
when
for
we
all you
start,
know,
I
like,
think
there
when we
could
start
be-
asking questions like what happened to the pregnancy.
Well, she could have had a miscarriage. That's what it presents as if she goes to the doctor.
Sure. I think
Mhm.
we would have to, in the process of this, we would have to outlaw any kind of like use of drugs like that aren't like over the
Then
like
you want to. Then you just
they
want
would
to
have
ban
to
the
be.
drug. You don't.
I want to ban
You don't
what?
want to ban them take. You want to ban the drug. You don't want to ban them taking it. You just want to make sure that's not even available.
No, I want to ban them taking it as well. Why not?
Well, how are they supposed to take it if you already get rid of it? There'd be no way of regulating who took it. They'll just
There's a
come in and
black
it looks
market
like
for
they
these
got a
things.
miscarriage.
You act like, are you acting like there's no
Exactly.
black
How
market?
is? That's what I'm saying. There's a black market. You think that's traceable?
No, that's
That's my
murder.
point.
Murder is
You
a
can't
crime,
even.
and people
True,
still
Joy.
murder. Grape is a
True,
crime,
Joy.
and people
You
still
can't.
grape.
Okay, listen though. Like they would know it's schmurder because they found a body or, schmurder weapon, whatever. But if this lady schmurdered her child in the way that you guys are describing it by taking the pills and all this, she would go to the doctor and get treated for a miscarriage. If it's untraceable as far as how like this even occurred by taking the pills because she got it on the black market because it's now not regulated because y'all banned it, then there's no way of even implementing any sort of crime against her.
Yeah, and that
Sure.
what
Yeah,
that would
she
be.
got away with murder.
That would be God's grace. Yeah, I mean that's literally
Well,
God
that
showing
would be
grace,
what
like
you
because there's no
guys
witnesses.
are advocating
but
for.
okay, but listen, I almost said it again. Wildflower. The point is
Who's
God's
the
law
red
is to
herring?
protect innocent people. So like we're not out for blood to give capital punishment to all these women that are doing this, and
Right.
no. The thing is like
No,
if
that's
if
fine.
a woman takes the pills, nobody witnesses her doing this, nobody witnessed her even being pregnant, and the only person that knows that she's pregnant is her and the person she got the pills from, and she ends up having to go to the doctor because there's complications with her self-managed abortion. Like the doctor did not witness her taking the pills, so there's no
Yeah,
case.
okay.
That's what I mean.
Exactly.
Like,
That's what I'm saying.
yeah.
Oh, we
But then
touched her
hold on,
blood.
let me respond before I forget because I'm gonna forget.
Yeah, don't let her
So
Go
forget.
ahead, mermaid.
what the
Oh my
shush.
god.
The I just want to make sure it's clear that the resolution to this, that, or what you want to see, the outcome is going to be people still having abortions, only they're not going to be held accountable for them. Why even implement that bill then?
Yeah, so we know that abortions are still going to happen. That's why we just want equal human rights and equal justice. Like that's all I'm saying is, like, we want this type of murder to also just be illegal. Like,
True Joy
there shouldn't
just
just
said
be
some of the evidence is taking the pill. If she took the pill, isn't that murder anyways under God's law? Like, there could have been a
Again-
witness that's not a medical professional.
Sure, yeah. The I'm saying, but there has to be 2 or more witnesses for this to even go
This would
forward,
never
for her to
work.
even be.
This would never work. This is why pro-choice
Why would it
loves
never work?
abolitionists. Like, go ahead.
Wait, why would it never work?
This has nothing. You're
So
not
let's say-
taking
let's-
into account how the
let's-
judicial
Wait, so
system
do you
works,
want
that's
to
why.
wait? Well, yeah, no, we understand that it's all unbiblical right now and goes against God, and the us having people in prisons is absolute crap, because there are people who are in there treated like dogs because they stole something. Like, that's unbiblical. That should not be allowed.
Yeah, you're
And then
supposed
we
to cut their
do
hair off.
have no, you're not.
I'm Riley, I'm kidding. I'm so sorry. you were searching your like encyclopedia of biblical knowledge for a second. You were like, wait, that sounds like the Old Testament. That sounds
Well, no,
pretty-
there is, but there is one crime that calls for getting your hand cut off, and it's not stealing. So,
I don't see why this wouldn't work, right? Like, okay, so let's say the mom finds the package from India, opens it, and sees the pill, right? And then she aids the mother. She aids the child in taking it because she also wants it, right? And it comes to light that there was a pill taken.
child?
Could we? Yeah, the
Wait, who's the
18-year-old. The 18-year-old.
That's
I'm
not a
35. That's a
Okay.
child.
Okay, well, whatever. I thought you were talking about like a literal child. I would picture like a 10-year-old or something.
Gee,
But anyway, go
18-year-olds are literal children.
Calm down, calm down.
they're-
Okay, go ahead.
Look,
Never mind.
is
go
there a
ahead,
way
I
to
get
test it in the blood?
it. What, pregnancy?
I don't.
I'm pretty
Oh,
sure
you
you
mean
can
the
test
pill.
He's
it.
talking about the pill.
Yeah.
The pill, no, because it affects
I
your
don't know.
hormones. It's not necessarily going to go into your blood, and like it's not like it's that kind of shrug. It'll show up like, I don't know, a narcotic.
Yeah, I
way.
don't think so.
Forte says stop.
Y'all stressing
You're
me
hurting his
out.
brain. You guys stress me out.
Look, no,
but
look, they can.
fine,
All
I
right,
love
so
you
they got
anyway.
away with murder. Got it. There's a black market for these pills.
And you
Got
don't
it.
care?
Of course, I don't want a black market for anything.
Well, that's what would be created under the
Or,
bans that you
we should
wanna
start calling it
implement.
bad market. For some reason, in American language, we use the word black. It's always like destructive, like
Okay,
black hole, black market.
Black market is destructive. Like, hello?
Could just be like
It's
bad market.
unregulated bad stuff.
Why's it got to be black?
Okay,
Yeah, well, see, you're racist.
calm down. You are. What? What just happened?
I just showed you racism.
Okay.
Yeah,
What
there's a
about Black
bad
Friday?
market for these things. Okay.
You know what Black Friday means, right?
You know, why are black holes called black holes? Why aren't they just holes?
Oh,
All
Dodge.
of space
that was like
is
a
black.
straight up Dodge. You don't know what Black Friday is, do you?
Yes, I know exactly what Black Friday is.
You know why they call it that?
Yes, because they're in the red.
No, they're in the
Everyone
black.
knows. What?
That's probably
Um,
why they call it the black market.
Nope.
Because they don't make any sort of like money on it.
Can we get rid of her, please?
Shut up. No, there it's in okay, look
Shut
it up.
up,
You can
no.
Google it.
Where was the? There was somebody in the guest box.
They got scared because they saw wildflower up here.
It's true. I do support your guys' cause. It makes absolutely no sense and would never work, so keep going with what you're trying to push.
You know
I'm
that
just
hurts my
happy that
feelings,
y'all
right?
believe
Thank
in
you.
something,
You know that hurts my
Thanks.
feelings.
Thanks.
you know?
It's
I
offensive.
mean, at least you believe in something and you're trying and you have faith in it. Like, good for you. Keep trying.
Wow. Patronizing me. That's Perfect.
No, no. I just realized it totally sounded that way too. No, I genuinely like. I don't care. Like, y'all wholeheartedly believe in it for a good reason. Like, you have a good reason. You have good intent, I should say. Y'all want to save babies. If
Wait,
it works, it works.
We
but I
want
don't
to
think it
glorify God.
Amen.
Okay, and that too. Whatever. It's not like for bad reasons, but it's never gonna work.
Never say never. Challenge accepted.
Okay, I'm gonna knock on wood.
Hey,
or knock on wood.
you know, hey, True Joy, you know what
Why
I
is
do
Betty
find
always
funny?
talking about me? My gosh.
I don't, because she's honestly a good mod. That's why. Like, she'll like shut people up in the comments. She'll like put timers up and.
Yeah. I'm a mod like everywhere. I'm a mod in
I don't
this
know.
live sometimes, but she
I'm
takes it
trying to
away
convince her to come to Jesus, and I'm extending an olive branch, but her Jesus wears like sandals or something.
We're not
Okay.
getting into it.
Calm
We're not
down.
getting into it. Logan, this prompt does bring a lot of mad Christians into my life. If you're not pro-life, you're sinister. You live in a moral sin, which judgment is death. Did you know that?
That guy's got to be IFB for sure. That is an independent fundamental Baptist pastor. That dude is a deacon.
What's that one guy's name? Is it Steven something or
Stephen? No, not Stephen Furtick. Stephen.
No, not him. The IFB pastor.
Yeah.
He's like very crazy. What is his name? Oh my gosh, it'll come to me. My old brain can't think of it.
Steven something. As soon as you say it too, I'm gonna like
Let me just look him up.
Have you watched his debate with James White?
Who? Steven Anderson.
Anderson, that's it. That guy.
So,
oh man.
Wait, so Steven Anderson debated James White?
Yeah, over the.
No way.
Oh my God. Oh goodness. King James only. That's what the debate was about.
Oh. Interesting. We have a guest. You want to talk to them?
Ooh, I do.
Are you Wildflower? Well, are you an abolitionist now?
No. It's fine.
Okay. Logan.
Hey, Braden, how old are you?
I am 30. I'll be 31 in a month.
Congratulations.
It's
a big year.
Yes.
Big
Yeah. What is the prompt? So I am not a pro-life Christian. What does that mean?
So the lady in the prompt, she's an abolitionist. She wants the immediate removal of abortion in the United States and around the world.
Oh, she wants the removal of abortion.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, then I'm confused. I am not a pro-life Christian. I don't know. Isn't that pro-life then?
Yeah, I think she might be confused too. I think pro-life is a movement, right? Okay, at least you're laughing. Okay. Pro-life is a movement, and pro-lifers and abolitionists differ in quite a few areas. One, pro-lifers do not believe that the mother should be held culpable for the crime of unaliving her child unjustly. Abolitionists do, right? So if you have malice and forethought, you go and remove your child from your womb, you've committed a grave sin. That should be, honestly, it should be held with capital punishment, according to the lady in the background. What else? We're a mediatist, right? We want it immediately done. We don't incrementally do things that are evil. We don't try to slowly get rid of evil. We get rid of it immediately.
I think we're in agreement here. So, all right, cool.
Last main thing is that we're gospel centered. So, the lady on the screen, she wants to get rid of abortion for the glory of God and God alone, and she's gospel centered about it. So, something about her Jesus saving her or something. I can't remember.
That's awesome.
Logan,
What?
he's acting
You told
like
me.
this is
You
not
told
his.
me
I
to
said
work
engage
on
with
rhetoric.
Yeah.
I don't want to make fun of him. He seems nice. I followed him.
Oh my gosh.
Are you joking around or are you being serious?
I don't know
can't
what
tell.
I'm. No, I really do like you.
I just told him to interact with you. I don't know why he was like the lady in the
To
prom.
give
I don't know why he
Because my lives suck. I host lives all the time. I get 4 people in there, and it's dry.
And
I'm
it's
trying.
dry.
It's awful, and nobody makes jokes. Everyone's mean to me, and I'm just like sitting there listening to one person talk about their conspiracy theories about the Catholic Church and Jesus.
Yeah, well, do you see why?
Boy, I
You see
went.
why?
Wow, you're gonna
I went
mute me in the
ahead. I
middle of
went
my
ahead and I
rant?
gave you a follow too.
This is God. You guys are a bunch of heathens.
You guys are awesome.
All of you are going to die, just so you know. Every last.
Well, yeah, one
I
day,
promise you
yes.
this: when the sheep judge the goats, okay, bah. Okay.
Okay. Everybody's so mean to me all the time.
Yeah, so Anglican, yes. Under this like definition that I'm using for pro-life, I am speaking of the mainstream, and yes, they would reject prosecution for mothers.
That's great. You can tell that I
not
did not
even.
mean that seriously at all.
Dude,
Oh my
I just
gosh.
want to
Did you-
I want to show how quickly I cooked that guy. By the way, he was like, bet, and he left. Peace out, Braden.
You didn't cook anything. He just
I converted him. Actually, he's now a Christian. You saw it firsthand.
Oh my gosh.
The whole thing.
Did you see that? Hey, Logan, did you see that one comment that said Wildflower would be an abolitionist in no time if Logan asked her out on a date?
No.
I can't do it. I can't do. I've tried evangelism
Bunch of
dating,
pot
and it doesn't
stirrers.
work. It doesn't work. I just get my heart broken.
Aw. He's afraid I'd break his heart, you guys.
You're gonna be a great ex-wife one day, Wildflower.
You're gonna be a great ex-husband.
No,
bud.
no, I'm not.
Aw.
Awful.
Or wait, I guess you already are.
Oh,
Oh,
dang it.
oh, that's really messed up, isn't it? Sorry.
The divorce papers are in
Wildflower.
my. I just can't fill them out.
Wildflower, are you married or no?
I mean, allegedly.
Allegedly.
No, I'm separated, but yeah, no
Okay.
papers have been filed.
I gotcha. I'm sorry to hear that. I know it's not easy. So
Oh, it's been great. What do you mean? Super not stressful
I don't believe in
at
divorce,
all.
so
No, I'm being
That's why.
super sarcastic.
okay.
Can I
I'm
ask you
sorry.
something? Can I derail this live real quick?
It's okay.
Who?
Me? Can I derail it real quick?
No, I'm asking who do you want to ask a question to? Me or Wildflower?
Whoever wants to. Heck, the 28 people in the comments can respond for all I care.
Okay.
I have a high view of marriage. I have a high view of patriarchy and the call of men. And I, as a minister of the gospel, or at least I was at one point, because I am absolutely, I have stepped down from that calling. There is a need to be long-suffering.
Mm-hmm.
And if I see signs of sickness, should I continue to be long-suffering, regardless of how much damage is being done? Like, I've mitigated a lot of the damage, and I've, by the grace of God, been able to, like, overcome a lot of like the very serious things that have occurred. However, there's a part of me that's just like, keep waiting. And it's so hard. How long do you wait?
I don't know how long you wait. I don't think there's really like a time on it. I don't think long suffering indicates that there is any sort of like near ending. I don't know. You're just enduring what's happening.
Sure.
Just don't take that one dude's advice where he's like, whenever you get hard when you see a girl, then you know you're over her or something. Yeah, don't do that.
I can't even remember who that was. That was in the live. Whose
Yeah,
live? That was one of y'all's
Who's
lives.
giving that bad advice?
It
Pro-choicers.
was some. No,
Dylan.
it was, I'm
Dylan
pretty
said
sure
that
they were
I'm not a
pro-life,
Christian.
actually.
Dylan, bet you won't tell her to her face.
No, I
Yeah,
think
why
it was
don't
Verbally.
Sammy,
you
actually.
come up here? Yeah, why don't you come up here and turn your camera on and tell me?
It was Sammy. That's who it was.
I think it was. It sounds like something
Sammy?
he'd say.
Yeah, that's who it was.
Why would he say? You said it's a he. Why would he say that?
That's just, he's a smart aleck. He just thinks he's funny.
Oh, he was just kidding.
I don't think he was kidding, but yeah, I think.
Well, he's also like 21.
Damn, he's 21.
Yeah, he's a wee little baby.
Are you serious?
Yeah.
I thought he was older than me.
Mm-hmm.
Oh man.
He's got an old soul.
Oh no, I'm gonna beat you
do
to
you
it.
guys even believe in that?
Old souls.
Dang it. Never mind. Now somebody's here.
Go ahead, Truejoy. You can engage.
Hey L, how are you?
I'm 18.
I said how are you, but
Oh, my bad. I can't hear.
yeah. All right. Well, tell me how you feel about the prompt.
I think you can be I mean, well, host, you not a pro-life Christian?
You're not allowed to talk to the host right now. I'm speaking for her. It's her rules. It's not nothing.
And why does it say I'm not a pro-life Christian?
Because I'll give you her argument. So she's an abolitionist.
Oh, okay. I mean, that's pretty messed up.
Wait,
What's
I know
messed-
who this is.
What's messed up? Oh,
Wait, I know who this is. Oh God, I can't remember what his name is, but
I know who I am.
But
yeah,
it's not W. That's for sure.
no,
heck, you
it's
know it's
L.
L likes anime.
L, do you like anime? Give me your best Southern accent.
I don't even know what that means. I'm not
Give
from
me
the
your
South.
best Southern accent. Yeah, just give me your best Southern accent.
Howdy. Howdy. I'm from South.
This guy's the worst. He always has a different name, so I don't even know what his name is normally.
That's
I
good.
think one time when I talked to him, he was like a pro-choice Christian, said he was Baptist, and he was talking like a hillbilly, and it was funny.
Remember that guy Remember that kid that made Wildflower just like flip? That was on your live, right?
Flip?
Yeah,
Oh,
that kid that was just like. Remember?
He thought he was so funny. He's like, love thy neighbor.
Oh my gosh.
Do you remember that?
Yes.
Yeah, that was
yes.
on your live. That was so
Yeah,
good.
that was funny.
I was trying
So,
to
Al-
have a real conversation. That was not funny.
L, what can you tell me? What is 9 plus 10?
19.
No, it's 21. Don't you know anything?
Oh my God, bro. Is this the like old people jokes?
The old people jokes.
Yeah.
Can you keep up with the oldies?
No, I'm not old like
I
that.
can't even. I can't even keep up with myself.
I can't tell if you're flirting with me or what's happening.
I've never seen
If I'm
her be
flirting with
mean
you.
to somebody.
Is she flirting with me or something?
Calm down. No.
Oh my god.
I'm not giving you my number. I'm sorry to break it to you.
Well, your number is 0. I can see it on your box.
So is mine, bud.
That's my body count.
Okay, well,
Good.
Oh
amen.
goodness, mine's awful. I'll repent.
Yours is awful.
Yeah. Oh, you gave Wildflower 5.
If that's his body count, oh no, I got 5.
She said, "Oh no." So we know L.
I don't like know him, but he's usually trolling.
You guys hang out or what?
No,
No.
but apparently I'm like
Is there
hitting on him or
nobody
something.
else here? This guy's just.
Forte's
It's not
like,
even funny.
skip him or keep it moving. Here, L, I followed you.
Appreciate it.
Why?
Because he's awesome.
This is like a burner account.
Oh, is it? Dang it.
This guy shows up on so many different accounts.
Yeah, Elle, can you tell me one joke?
How many emails do you have?
I'm gonna tell you one joke.
Yeah.
Maybe I don't know. I don't know. I'm
What's
never
the
good at
purpose
this
of a woman?
See, he's not funny at all.
one. You ain't either. If anything,
Well, hold on. You're not talking.
If anything,
Yeah, you
you
guys
look
aren't
funny.
talking to each other.
you look
Look
funny.
at me? That's not very nice.
Yeah, you look super funny.
Funny like how?
You're not allowed to talk to the guests,
picture,
Wildflower.
too? Why are you laying on a bed with the camera on your face?
Not laying on a bed. I was standing
being
up,
weird.
and it took a selfie. Weirdo.
I don't take selfies. I have people for that.
You just
are
have ChatGPT generate all your photos. What are you talking
I do have ChatGPT generate every last photo. I guess Christians are asleep right now, which is good on them. Maybe you should do these lives in the morning while they're doing devotionals.
Why would they be join my divorce abolitionist movement? Listen, I don't know why Anglican is such a troll.
Because he's Anglican.
He like hates us. He hates us.
Have you seen a lot of his comments?
Yeah, they've been like totally
No
ugly.
fruit of the spirit. None.
So when Himmy was on the app, he did like Himmy, but Himmy holds the same position as us. So I don't understand.
He's cordial.
Every time I read those words, I spasm uncontrollably. Oh my gosh.
What word?
Where did you get ugly from? What do you mean? I was just saying that your comments were ugly. That's all. Not like you, because I don't know what you look like.
He's
I
blonde.
don't know if I would. He's blonde.
Mm-hmm. But black.
Oh, okay. What?
He's black and blonde. I don't know how it works either.
What? No, I don't know what you're saying.
I don't know if he's got like albino in the scalp, but
Oh my god.
you just rolled your eyes at me.
Yeah. Divorce abolitionist, even if he is trolling. Oh my gosh, that's so.
What does that even
Yeah,
mean?
he said.
I hope
he
no
said
more
that's our.
people
He's,
get divorced.
He said. Yeah, he said that's our next. That's our next thing is we're gonna be divorce abolitionists.
Oh, that's a good one.
Yeah, us, but not him, because we're just like crazy people. He supports IVF. He doesn't like the death penalty, and he has exceptions for abortion.
Oh, that's gay.
I'm sleepy.
Bad True Joy. Oh, to abolish divorce.
We should abolish divorce.
Yeah, I think divorce is totally wrong.
No, like, because think about it. Like, if divorce was harder, people would be more intentional with dating. They'd be more intentional with who they married. Fathers, right, would protect their daughters from marrying scum. Like, honey, I know he has a Harley and you think he's cute, but give it a few years. That neck tattoo and that where it says no regrets, it's just gonna be stupid later. It's not
Right.
cute.
Abolish abolishment
Exactly.
based.
It's exactly how I would describe my ex-husband. He had a neck tattoo and a Harley.
Divorce doesn't keep women safe. Fathers keep women safe.
Men of God keep women safe.
That's right.
I don't know if I'm gonna accept this guess because I'm like pretty tired. Oh, it's Perchance. I'll let him up for a minute. Hello?
It's
Hey.
her chance.
His name is True Joy too.
That's right.
Yeah.
Oh,
Look at
No,
two
dude, I
TJs
forgot.
on the panel.
Chucho, I forgot who said TJ that or called you TJ the other night. I was like,
freaking
fuck,
Tiff.
or sorry, freak. I gotta change my name now. I can't be associated with you. So
It's Tiff, dude. Go tell her to keep my name out her mouth, all right? Okay.
that's right. I will. Chicken, can you believe I taught True Joy about what mogging means last night?
Did you really?
I did.
Did you even teach me? I think you were just like, stop. And I was like, I don't want to. I want to know what this means. You're like, no,
I told
know.
you it's like aesthetics. It's like who looks good, you know, who has a good jawline, who's got that negative canthal tilt, you know, the looks maxing,
Mm-hmm.
right?
So I
Are
should
you
just
a
put
looks
that.
maxer, True Joy?
I guess I can put that into ChatGPT next time. Give me
I
the
told
best
you,
mog
I
shot.
told Joy, Chicken, that look, out of everybody in the debate com, he's like the only
When
he's the
Jesus
only
was
person who
reincarnated, he sat on my
almost.
fat fucking chode.
Wow.
Interesting, very interesting. True Joy is like the only person who comes close to me. Like it's
What comes close to you in what way? What are we talking about?
like in terms of mogging, in terms of aura.
I don't want to
Nobody
be a
knows
part
what-
of this.
Wait,
I don't want to mog.
what do you even? Wait, do you look like True Joy?
No. I look way better than True. Hold on, I'll show you.
Oh.
Hold on.
Oh my gosh, that's so funny.
I don't
Use the
know if
host
the
as a
pictures he shows are real,
They're
but if they are, then yeah, he's not a bad looking dude.
that's right.
I'm pretty sure
I don't
you
want to be a
two
part
are-
of this. Riley, help me. I don't want this.
Oh, stop doxing me.
Y'all know Saucy?
Yeah.
That's me and Saucy.
Okay, that's
we were
a
saving.
cartoon.
That's not a cartoon. This is a real life
It's a
pig.
literal cartoon.
This is from the.
Oh
we were
my
in a natural
gosh.
disaster. We saved about 1,000 people. So, what about Mundane? Yeah, Mundane.
Wow.
Mundane's kind of up there. He's right below True Joy. So,
Fluffy's like angry now.
yeah.
That's crazy.
But
Fluffy hates me. I hope we can be friends one day.
Well, I MAGA all of you, so there.
True Joy, when are we gonna hop on the mic? We're gonna sing a country song together, a duet.
True Joy, do you sing?
I'm not answering any of these questions.
Dude, we do
See,
karaoke
notice how he's
lives.
dodging? This is
We
crazy.
need to do karaoke lives.
I'm gonna run.
Just dodging my
No, wait,
questions.
no, don't run.
True Joy the Dodger, bro. Bro's playing with Shohei Otani and Freddie Freeman right now on the Dodgers. It's crazy. I feel like I'm rage baiting True Joy right now.
I'm so angry right now. No, Fluffy. Let's see how
Oh
this
my
goes. Let's see how this goes.
The host and
Technically,
panel have.
Fluffy wants her to be stoned as well. Just saying.
Wait, okay, so the
What?
host and panel have about
Oh,
an
I get
IQ
what I
about
see. I see
85.
what you did there.
Yeah, he's
Um,
been making like comments all night. Like it's really kind of like weird. I don't know.
Wait, so but my IQ is 85, so that would mean y'all
No,
combined is
mine is
0.
0. Yeah.
That's kind of mean
Isn't
to
that
say,
crazy?
Anglican.
Yeah, like perchance are you just gonna like let him talk to me like that?
Yeah, I mean, I don't think you should talk to women like that.
You're lying.
I mean, look, you could talk to abolitionists like that. That's fine.
They're
What
weird.
have I done to you?
No, chicken, you're nice. You're nice. I have people in your group that I don't like, but
Yeah, so take it up with them.
I do. I let them know. They usually kick me though.
Anybody want dad jokes yet or what?
Stop.
No, they do. They kick all of us. I have a whole book right here, dude. I have so many.
Who kicks you?
Oh,
All the abolition.
Adrian. Who else? Money the abolitionist. Miranda. What are they like? Everybody else. So, yeah, I mean,
Wait,
typically,
she left alive? I can't add her back.
typically, I mean, I agree with y'all, but like, I bring some
That
specific
was so
objections,
mean.
and it seems like there's a lack of engagement on those objections. So,
But yeah,
but
Heather kicks people all the time. I was having a good conversation the first time I went on her panel, and she's like, "Yeah, you're really kind and easy to talk to, but no," and then kicked me. And I was like, "What?" There's like zero reason for that. What's happening?
yeah,
I think a lot of them try to just keep the guests moving.
That's not
um,
the reason, though. If that was the reason, then I wouldn't be like bringing it up.
I'm gonna
we
start.
have
I'm
we
gonna
have
start
charitable
dropping.
Charlie over here, so
Yeah.
I'm gonna start dropping people for no mid
You
sentence.
guys,
Go ahead and
how
give
do
me
you make
P1.
how do you
that's
make a
right.
band stand?
Huh?
Okay, look, and
How do you make
you
a
know what?
band stand? TJ never stops talking.
Sorry, I just need to interrupt Wallflower. By the way, if you ever want to rage bait
Every
Wallflower, just
time.
interrupt her.
You do it every time, though.
Is that
How do
love
you
your
make a
neighbor?
band stand?
Are you loving your neighbor?
It's very lovely.
Wildflower, are you loving your neighbor?
Who?
That is so
Which one?
good, by the way.
That's not the same kid. Is that what you mean? Or
You should hang up
I
the
do
just
love my
saying it.
neighbors. My neighbors
Oh
are
my
cool.
gosh. Oh my gosh. I need to go to bed. It's 3:30.
True Joy, go
Why?
live.
Nobody's gonna even try to answer
No,
us,
True Joy's
TJ?
going to snuggle his kids.
Bro, that's an oh, y'all hear this? This is got dodging Danny over here.
I'm gonna go sleep in a giant bed with no children in it,
Be nice.
Insane, bro.
but there will be dogs.
I love you guys.
All right. Good
All
night.
right,
God bless.
Anyways, you take
bye.
away their
Okay.
chairs.
God bless.